Chapter 322. The Land of the Fire Tribe. A group of mystic realm experts gathered around and watched as Yi Xin and the others skillfully slaughtered their clansmen, set up a pot and boiled water. Then they added spiritual pepper, spiritual onion, and spiritual ginger as the base. On the side, Yi Lang waved his sword and chopped a dead dragon into pieces on the ground before throwing it into the pot. For dragon claws and 2 white kidneys were roasted over the fire until golden brown and sprinkled with some red powder. Although there was some sorrow in his eyes, a trace of tears flowed from the corner of his mouth. Slurp! Around them, a group of fire tribe experts used their spirit chi to cook the meat in the pot. They controlled the fire perfectly. Smells so good! Bai Ling's eyes were already filled with greed as the smell of meat drifted in the air. Suddenly, there was a rush of wind in the distance. Ling Xiao, Ling Tian, Yi Sun Su Yan, Fu Yunyao, and Xiao Tu descended from the sky and landed in front of everyone. It does smell good. Brother Yi Xin, thank you. Haha. Greetings, young masters and young ladies. The one we killed today has a great background. He is the 6th son of the previous leader of the Flood Dragon tribe, Yi Lu. His nickname is Lu. He has a pure bloodline and is at the Divine Lord Realm. Yi Shan bowed to Ling Xiao, and the latter just nodded calmly. Then, under the guidance of the Fire Tribe leader, they walked into a hall not far away. Ling Xiao had no interest in the origin of the Fire Tribe. Now that they had submitted to him, it was just icing on the cake. If not for the slave mark left by the ancient emperor, this tribe would have been wiped out. However, seeing the group of mystic realm experts being so respectful to Ling Xiao, Su Yan and the others suddenly felt a little depressed. It seemed like, no matter where this young master went, he would become the center of attention. The divine emperor bowed his head and cooked a dragon to congratulate him. How many people in the younger generation of the Shengzhou could compare to this? Even the saint of the sacred sect could not compare to him. Unknowingly, Su Yan's eyes were filled with joy. Brother, why do you look so worried? And is she sister-in-law? Bai Ling sat beside Ling Xiao, a trace of concern in her dark eyes. She was naturally referring to Su Yan, especially when the latter looked at Ling Xiao with such tenderness. It reminded her of the young girl that she had entrusted to brother Ling Xiao. Su Yan blushed and hurriedly waved his hands. There was an indescribable sense of panic in his heart. I'm fine. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Beside him, Su Yan looked as if he wanted to say something. Young master, I heard earlier that Xia Chen chased after the goddess and caused her to perish? Su Yan's beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of sadness and anticipation. Yes. During the battle in the valley just now, Ling Xiao did not deliberately conceal his aura, so it was inevitable that he would be noticed. Moreover, he had killed Xia Chen to protect Nian Qingyan. He had originally wanted to use the ethereal Dao Palace to eliminate Yuan Yu's sacred land. In this way, no sacred land in the entire eastern border would dare to compete with the Ling people. As for the divine palace that suddenly shattered the void, no one would think much of it. They would most likely think that it was a trick left behind by the ethereal Dao Palace for Nian Qingyan. Moreover, it was about time for Liang Yi to clean up the eastern border monsters who had entered the mystic realm. The reason why Ling Xiao brought Su Yan and the others here was because he was worried that they would be slaughtered by the former. He had no way to explain Nian Qingyan's disappearance, so he might as well let the world misunderstand that she had perished. In this way, he could use this opportunity to plot against Yuan Yu's sacred land, where Xia Feng was. Your saint killed my fiancé. Your sacred land has to pay a price, right? Young master, please restrain your grief. Su Yan bowed slightly, but the corners of his mouth curled up inexplicably. She was originally worried about how to snatch Ling Xiao from Nian Qingyan. Who would have thought that goddess had perished at such a timely time? Who is the goddess? Bai Ling glanced warily at Su Yan, and a trace of hostility suddenly appeared on her face. If she was the sister-in-law that Brother Lin she had entrusted before his death, then it was fine. But if she wasn't, no one is allowed to get close to my brother. Of course, Su Yan also recognized this girl. She was the one who had provoked Ling Xiao on the day the mystic realm opened. But Su Yan wasn't worried at all about how the two of them had resolved the conflict. She was just a little girl. How could she snatch her man away from her? Goddess, she was your brother Ling Xiao's fiancée. Su Yan smiled faintly and straightened his chest. Although she was telling the truth, Bai Ling was shocked when she heard it. What? Brother? Fiancé? Could it be? Boom! A bloody aura quietly spread out, attracting the attention of countless people in the hall. No wonder Brother looked so gloomy. It made one's heart ache to see him like this. But who dared to kill my sister-in-law? Xia-chan is dead. Don't mention this again. Ling Xiao shook his head, and his expression was still calm. Young master, the meat is here. At this moment, Yi Xin and the others brought the flood dragon pot over and stood quietly at the side. Ling Xiao just took out a jar of immortal wine and poured it for himself. He drank cup after cup, but today's flood dragon meat and immortal wine were a little bitter and boring. Everyone was silent, and the happiness on their faces gradually turned into depression. Especially Ling Tian, who looked at Ling Xiao with a worried expression. It was common for people to die when fighting for treasures in the mystic realm. But Ling Tian knew that his brother loved goddess Nian deeply. Now that she was dead, his brother would definitely be sad. Brother, you are always like this. You always suppress your sadness in the bottom of your heart. If possible, let me share the burden with you. Isn't that good? The banquet ended. Hua Heng arranged accommodations for everyone, but Ling Xiao walked out of the ancient hall alone. He stood at the peak of the Black Mountain and silently looked up at the sky. He was waiting for someone. The space behind him trembled slightly, and then Liang Yi walked out of the darkness and stood beside him. Everything is cleaned up? Ling Xiao asked softly without turning his head. My lord, everything is cleaned up. Liang Yi bowed and didn't say anything else. Have you been to the world above the Xingzhou continent? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Liang Yi hesitated for a while and shook his head. No, the world I came from is above the 9 heavens. Oh, if I ask you to destroy the Saint sect, how confident are you? Destroy the Saint sect. Liang Yi's eyes narrowed, and he said bitterly, if it was 1,000 years ago, it would only take a thought. But now, I can't do it. Is it the shackles of the heavenly Tao in this world? It's a shackle, but not the way of heaven. However, my lord, if you know too much now, it will be easy to expose yourself. Once those people sense your divine sense, they will definitely ignore the consequences. In this life, we need to be careful. I believe that one day, the Sky Demon Palace will rise above the universe again. Oh, I want to take a few people out. Next, you can choose some experts from the eastern border and train them in this secret realm. I want an army that will completely obey my orders. They will be the opportunity for the Sky Demon Palace to rise again. Don't worry about anything. Just be careful of the Saint sect. Ling Xiao turned and looked at Liang Yi deeply. Since he once stood at the peak of the world, his means must be incomparable to ordinary experts. Under his training, it would be twice the result with half the effort. One day, when I rise above the universe and summon the 4 borders, what can the Saint sect do to me? I will change the sky for the demon sun wherever the sun shines. The demon is also an immortal. Yes, my lord. Liang Yi bowed, turned around, and disappeared. It wasn't until he was far away that Ling Xiao summoned the system and looked at the 3 realm seed fragments. System, how do I synthesize these realm seeds? The host needs to exchange for a realm seed synthesizing talisman before it can be fused into a realm. Synthesizing talisman? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He opened the villain point store and browsed for a moment, but in the end he didn't see the so-called synthesizing talisman. Damn, this synthesizing talisman can't be exchanged with luck points, right? Beep. Congratulations to the host for guessing correctly, but there is no reward. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. Sometimes he had a vague feeling that the system wasn't just a tool. It seemed to have emotions and thoughts. Ling Xiao felt that this thought was ridiculous. When he found the realm seed synthesizing talisman in the luck store, Ling Xiao finally couldn't hide his anger anymore. After taking care of the 3 children of destiny, I finally collected all the realm seed fragments. But this synthesizing talisman costs 4,000 luck points, which is more than 2 children of destiny. In view of the host's humiliation of the system, the realm seed synthesizing talisman will be removed from the store tomorrow. I hope the host can collect the luck points as soon as possible, or all our efforts will be in vain. F***CK. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and walked toward the Fire Tribe's sacred palace. After killing Lin Shi, Xia Qin, and subduing Bai Ling, he had obtained a total of 3,000 points of providence. Earlier today, he didn't know if it was Yi Qingchan or Lin Meng who made a breakthrough, but it helped him get another 500 luck points. If he wanted to collect the remaining 500 luck points, he would have to start with Su Yan. After all, the only children of destiny in the mystery realm were her, Bai Ling, Ling Tian, and Yi Sun. The latter 3 wouldn't be able to provide him with luck points for the time being, but Su Yan, it was time to test his acting skills again. Chapter 323. Ling Xiao walked all the way to the Fire Tribe's sacred palace. At this time, everyone had already dispersed, and the entire sacred palace was extremely empty. Although the Blood Moon Forbidden Zone had opened as he wished, and he had gained a lot from this trip, he didn't feel very happy. As for how to make himself happy quickly, the best way was a rich woman was very good. Shut the hell up. I just want to improve my strength faster and step into the Green Wave realm as soon as possible so that I can reunite with Nian Qinyin. Strength was the foundation of a villain's success. The path to immortality was vast, and sadness and happiness were all in an instant. Since it was on this path, everything had its own cause and effect. Why bother to argue? Yen, are you asleep? In the Fire Tribe's sacred palace, Ling Xiao stood outside Su Yan's room and asked softly, Young master? The door opened, and Su Yan looked at the young man in front of her in surprise. There was a sickly shyness on her face. It's so late. Young master, what's the matter? In any case, she was also a lady of a noble family, although the path to immortality was not as restrictive as the mortal world. But at this time, and who was Su Yan? The successor of the Cloud Alliance. Since young, the environment she lived in was filled with ups and downs. Although her talent was not as good as Nian Qinyin and Yi Qingchan, her control of people's hearts was far beyond her peers. Since young, her father had told her that the more you wanted something, the more you couldn't show it. In this way, you won't be disappointed and you won't lose. Ling Xiao was very good and even risked his life for her, which made Su Yan especially touched. But her nature was still a successor of the Merchant Alliance. After experiencing the feeling of being touched and trusting, she quickly calmed down. Now that the trip to the mystic realm is coming to an end, I promised Yen, or that I would give you a good fortune. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, and there was a touch of warmth between his brows. From the moment Su Yan attacked Lin Shi, he knew that this woman was not as gentle as she looked on the surface. In fact, her temperament was far more terrifying than ordinary geniuses. Young master, coming quickly. Su Yan's face was stunned, and she hurriedly led Ling Xiao into the room. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. She knew that the latter had a spiritual fire in his hands. However, if she wanted him to give it to her, she was afraid that it would be impossible without paying a price. And, Lin, she hasn't shown up yet. I wonder, Young master, have some tea. There's no need for that. Yen, the spiritual fire you want. Ling Shao waved his hand, and the green devil ancient cauldron appeared in his hand. The red spiritual fire on Lin Shi's body was sealed within it. This aura! As expected, Su Yan's beautiful face suddenly froze, and the desire in her eyes couldn't be concealed. The reason why she had taken such a huge risk to enter the mystic realm was for a heaven and earth spirit fire. With it, she might be able to live for another 10 to 20 years, but without it, she would only have 3 years at most before she would be tortured to death by the cold poison. There is a heaven and earth spirit fire sealed inside. Yen, this cauldron belongs to Mother. Do you have any other items that can seal a heaven and earth spirit fire? Ling Zhao's eyes were gentle, and his tone was somewhat apologetic. Young master, this spiritual fire, I gave it to Yen. Didn't I say before that I would give it to Yen, eh? Ling Xiao shook his head, and there wasn't a trace of pretentiousness on his face. Since he wanted to plunder the luck points, he had to pay a price. As for whether the heaven and earth spirit fire was meaningful or not, he had already obtained the luck points. If Su Yan still didn't want to submit to him, he could use some other means to make her submit. As for what means, don't ask. If you ask, you'll have to guess. He gave it to me. Su Yan's beautiful face was in a daze. Although Ling Xiao had said that he would find the spiritual fire for her, when she saw the spiritual fire in front of her, she suddenly hesitated. It was too easy. In the end, Su Yan still believed that there was no such thing as fortune that came for free in this world. Benefits were the only criteria for interpersonal relationships. But at this moment, when she heard Ling Zhao's words, some of the things that she had been holding on to suddenly wavered. Young master, after we get out, I'll bring you to the Cloud Alliance. Yen, have you forgotten what I said? In my eyes, you are the most precious treasure in the Cloud Alliance. I know that some people might think that I got close to you because of your identity. I don't want to explain anything. Now that Qingyin has just passed away, I really don't have the mood to start a new relationship. So let's do this first. Keep the spiritual fire well. When we get out, find a container to move it away, and then return the cauldron to me. After all, it belongs to my mother. Ling Xiao seemed a little disappointed and a little dispirited. He turned around and walked out of the room. 1, 2, 3, young master. Inexplicably, Su Yan looked at the lonely figure, and he felt a sense of oppression that he had never felt before. Sorry, young master. Yan really shouldn't have doubted you. At this moment, she didn't know why she stopped Ling Xiao. She just didn't want him to leave. It was very contradictory. She knew that she couldn't let her emotions get the better of her. However, her emotions had suddenly overtaken her reason, just like that. Beat. The destined girl is doubting herself. Congratulations to the host for plundering 300 luck points and 3,000 villain points. Oh, Yen. Is there anything else? The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled up into a smile, but his face was full of doubt. He was playing hard to get and retreating in order to advance. Of course, the premise was that he had already known Su Yan's intentions from the system. From the moment he killed the young master of the Gu clan, this girl's mind had undergone a subtle change. Her current restraint was more like a test after calming down. Or rather, she was instinctively on guard. After all, Su Yan's identity was respected. Her background was so rich that it could rival a state, so she never lacked bootlickers. No matter how powerful her background was, it was childish and laughable in front of the Cloud Alliance. Therefore, she probably looked at anyone who approached her with a motive. And what Ling Xiao wanted to do was to make her let down her guard. Everything would naturally fall into place. A heaven and earth spirit fire was priceless even in the Xingzhou. No one could resist the temptation of this divine object. Of course, Su Yan probably didn't expect that Ling Xiao had 3 of such divine objects. Young master, how did Nian Qingyin die? Su Yan suddenly took a deep breath and looked at Ling Xiao with a serious expression. Xia Chun was sinister. He used an extremely evil spell, and Qing Yun blocked it for me. Ling Xiao lowered his head, his body trembling slightly, and even his palms unconsciously clenched into fists. At this moment, there was a sinister coldness in his body. But this coldness didn't make Su Yan feel fear and disgust. Instead, it made her eyes gradually soften. She could see that Ling Xiao's heart was hurting at this moment. There was even despair mixed in this pain. Everyone said that the successor of the Ling people was unbridled and didn't have true feelings. But what she saw in this mystic realm was a peerless young master who dared to love, hate, and be righteous. The truth was really only in the hands of a few people. Lord Ling Xiao, I am willing to heal your emotional wounds. Chapter 324. Young Master, your heart must be in pain, right? Su Yan's voice gradually softened, and his expression softened. His heart ached for her. After all, Nian Qingyan was dead. She didn't need to be jealous of a dead person. But the more pain Ling Xiao was in, the more it proved that he was loyal to love. In the Shenzhou continent, there were plenty of people who had 3 wives and 4 concubines. She didn't care how many people Ling Xiao had in his heart, but his love for her must be sincere. How I wish that I was the one who died. I wish that she would remember me forever. This way, her people and her dynasty. Ling Xiao bowed his head and his body trembled. After a long while, he forced a smile and said to Su Yan, "All right, it's getting late. You should rest early." Young master. Su Yan took a step forward and stood in front of Ling Xiao. Her beautiful eyes seemed to contain the lake water. Ripples of light rippled, clear and deep. "Yan, what's wrong?" "Young master, you said that you like Yan. Is it true?" People who were in love would always ask childish questions over and over again. Most of them preferred to hear vows with their own ears. Even if it was a lie, they would gladly endure it. So, whoever asked first would lose. "Ha! I, Ling Xiao, have never lied in my life. Otherwise, let my Dao heart turn into a demon and fall endlessly." Sure. Before Ling Xiao could finish his sentence, Su Yan suddenly covered his mouth with her hand. Her beautiful eyes were glistening with tears. I believe you, young master. I know that Goddess Nian is dead. I don't expect you to let go of her immediately. But let Yan accompany you, okay? No, this is not fair to you. Ling Xiao shook his head and the sorrow in his eyes deepened. Yan, you are a good girl. Even if I'm not in this world, you can still find a good match. Let me bear this pain alone. Ling Xiao didn't hesitate anymore. He gently pushed Su Yan away and walked out of the room. No, I don't want you to leave. I don't care. I only want you. Su Yan panicked when he heard Ling Xiao's resolute tone. At this moment, her modesty and her probing seemed so laughable. If she lost him, what else in this world would she miss? Su Yan hugged Ling Xiao tightly from behind. He couldn't hold back his tears any longer. I know I'm not as good as Nian Qingyan. I'm not in good health, and I'm not as beautiful as her. But, Ling Xiao, I can do whatever she can for you. I swear I won't doubt you because of anyone or anything. I'll always stand behind you and accompany you. I won't let you be lonely. Beep. Congratulations to host for obtaining 1,000 luck points and 10,000 villain points. Beep. Congratulations to the host for triggering an additional reward. 1 realm seed synthesis talisman. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine level chi concealing talisman. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 drop of ancient divine dragon blood essence. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Xingzhou's perverted head. Beep. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the title of Xingzhou's first Oscar Best Actor. D. F***CKU. Ling Xiao blocked the system's notifications, but he couldn't help but smile. What was the surprise? He didn't expect his acting skills to be so good that he actually got the system's approval. Su Yan, why did you give up so quickly? But it was also true. Su Yan had already shown her submission during the battle with Chou Yi. Now that Ling Xiao had given her the spiritual fire and words of love, she still didn't submit to him. It could only mean that someone wanted to cheat the plot. F***CK. Yan. Ling Xiao slowly turned around. His eyes were red as if he had just cried. So he didn't turn around because he didn't want me to see his cowardice. The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up into a gentle smile as she leaned against Ling Xiao's chest. Give me a chance, okay? Try to accept me. Don't bear everything by yourself. I'll try my best to be your wife and the mother of our child. You really don't care about my heart. Ling Xiao bowed his head and his tone was guilty. You really don't care? Actually, I care about your family's mind. No. I care. How can I not care? But, young master, compared to losing you, it's not important. Su Yan's hands gradually tightened, as if she wanted to merge into Ling Xiao's body. Oh. Ling Xiao nodded indifferently, but his arms used the same strength and hugged Su Yan tightly. I'm really tired. Young master, then let's rest? Su Yan's voice sounded a little shy and nervous, but there was also a hint of anticipation in his voice. With Ling Xiao's reputation, if her father knew about their relationship, he would definitely not agree. All these years, her father had arranged marriage for her. They were all the young masters of the top holy sects and ancient clans in the Xingzhou. But although Su Yan looked proud and cold, in her heart she always had an indescribable inferiority complex, because her life could come to an end at any time. She yearned for a sincere love and a carefree life. However, due to the torment of her extreme body, she could never cultivate, travel, or love like the other proud daughters of the heavens. It was very contradictory. He was clearly surrounded by groups of bootlickers. Her father had given her everything she wanted, but she was never truly happy. Her smile was just F***CK. It was messed up. In short, Ling Xiao had mended a small crack in her heart that had never healed. He gave her hope, selfless love, and a strong sense of security. So, Su Yan decided that she wanted to cook rice. In this way, her father and the rest couldn't object, right? Rest? Yan, or this isn't good. How can I tarnish your reputation? But before Ling Xiao could finish his sentence, the girl in front of him had already tiptoed and covered his mouth with her red lips, stopping him from speaking. Suddenly, there was a ripple of spring in the main hall. Su Yan's lips were cold, very cold. It was different from Nian Qingyun's. Even after Su Yan left Ling Xiao's embrace with her face flushed red, the young man's face still carried a dazed expression. Young master, let's rest. Ling Xiao frowned and hesitated, but Su Yan suddenly stretched out her hand and held his hand. Since I'm willing to follow you and be your wife, I won't regret it in this life. As for reputation, as long as young Master Yin are as pure and innocent, the Cloud Alliance will stop the rumors. Su Yan didn't say anything else. She held Ling Xiao's hand and led him to the bed. Then she leaned into the young man's embrace. I know that you still can't let go of her. I just want to tell you that Yen is willing to be honest with you. Yen will use this life to prove that I'm willing to give up everything for you. Tears gradually fell from Su Yan's eyes and fell on Ling Xiao's chest. It was inexplicably cold. At this moment, she was also shy and expectant. Young master. Although Yen Er's body was cold, the adorable young master's heart was burning. Yen believes that one day you will feel it. Young master, let me hug you. Please, just hug me. Chapter 325. Young master, Yen is so cold. Every night I can't control the cold. I'm in so much pain that I wish I was dead. In the past, Yen-Er was afraid that I would die alone. But now, Yen-Er is even more afraid. Young master, hold me tight. Just hold me tight. Okay. Su Yan's voice was like a murmur, and there was an inexplicable grievance in her tone. But Ling Zhao's lips curled into a smile. His eyes were calm as he said, "You won't die. I won't let you die. At the very least, before your father dies." After he finished speaking, Ling Zhao lowered his head and looked deeply at the girl in his arms. He bent down and kissed her. A soft moan sounded like a gust of wind blowing across the swamp. Instantly, 10,000 layers of ripples appeared. The two who were originally suppressing their emotions gradually took the initiative and became infatuated. In the end, they hugged each other and kissed with all their might. "Young master!" Su Yan's face was flushed red and she was panting. It was unknown whether she was shy or wanted it. After all, her heart had already surrendered and she no longer had any worries. "Yen-Er, the spiritual fire is domineering. With your delicate body, it will be dangerous to fuse with it. Why don't I try to refine some of the cold in your body? Then you will have more confidence in fusing with the spiritual fire." Ling Zhao took a deep breath and his face was solemn and serious. "At this time, you expect a woman to take the initiative? Then you are really a gentleman. I am a villain. Of course, what I want to do is not to use force. I want to teach you honestly. I want to understand your feelings and reason with you. I, Ling Zhao, am the most reasonable person in Shenzhou. If you don't agree, then argue. Refine some. How?" Indeed, Su Yan was stunned when she heard this. Originally, she only wanted to borrow the power of the spiritual fire to disperse the cold in her body. She didn't really want to fuse with the spiritual fire. After all, the power of the spiritual fire was not something that a Powong cultivator like her could resist. If she did that, she would be burned to ashes in an instant. But after hearing Ling Zhao's words, she seemed to be moved. If she could really fuse with the spiritual fire, her cold poison would most likely be completely removed, right? Previously, she had fused the spirit fire into his body. When I killed him, I found a qi method in his Qingkuan bag. However, this method is extremely dangerous. With your sickly body, I'm afraid. Don't be anxious for now. You need to strengthen your body first. Only then will it be possible to fuse the spirit fire into your body. However, the method I can think of, young master, just tell me. No matter what method it is, Yen-Er wants to try it. This way, I can always be by your side. Su Yan was a little anxious, and her beautiful eyes looked at Ling Zhao with anticipation. "Ah, you have the extreme Yin physique. Previously, I was lucky enough to comprehend the law of fire. It is the extreme Yang physique. I heard them say that Yin and Yang are compatible. Perhaps." Ling Zhao smiled awkwardly and seemed to be in a difficult position. "I know, this method is a little too childish, but please believe me, I'm really not lusting after your body. I just want to give you happiness. Young master, don't say any more. Is willing to play this game for once." Su Yan was stunned for a full 3 seconds before she understood the meaning behind Ling Zhao's words. In the end, a trace of shyness appeared on her face. She took the initiative to remove her clothes, revealing her shocking, snow-white skin. Ling Zhao took a deep breath, and his eyes flickered with an evil light. The emperor's robe on his body automatically disappeared, and he gently pressed the girl in his arms under his body. Boom! A scorching hot feeling instantly filled the entire ancient palace. A trace of pain appeared on Su Yan's face. However, it quickly turned into a touch of moving shyness. For the entire night, she didn't feel a trace of coldness. The torturous Yin Qi in the past seemed to have been reduced by a lot under the endless collisions. Perhaps it was because she was tired, or perhaps it was because he was there. In any case, Su Yan slept very soundly this time. When the sky gradually brightened the next day, Su Yan opened her beautiful eyes and looked at the young man beside her with anticipation. Young master, this method is indeed useful. It's still early. Why don't we cultivate for a while? The corners of Ling Zhao's eyes trembled slightly. However, before he could refuse, the girl's delicate body suddenly pressed horizontally against his. Her fragrant lips pressed against his, and it was another round of love-making. Young master, the cold in my body seems to have dissipated by a lot. It seems that we have to cultivate more in the future. When it was noon, Su Yan sat in front of the mirror and applied makeup. The sickly look on her face had indeed lessened by a little. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He looked at the red patch on the bed, and a soul light flickered in his eyes. Realm seed, fuse! Buzz! A strange buzzing sound instantly resounded. Su Yan was startled, and the spiritual energy in her body surged violently. She turned to look at the young man on the bed, dumbfounded. This guy didn't break through, right? However, at this time, Ling Xiao smiled at her apologetically. However, there was a trace of excitement in the depths of his eyes. At this time, a strange golden vortex quietly appeared in his soul palace. Ling Xiao's mind moved, and his soul instantly entered it. Then, the world in front of him suddenly became desolate. What appeared in front of him was a dark world. There were mountains, rivers, lakes, and dangerous peaks. However, it lacked a trace of spiritual energy and a trace of vitality. This is the embryonic form of the world. Ling Xiao raised his head and suddenly waved his hand. A thunder sun stretched across the heaven and earth, emitting a dazzling light. At the same time, at the end of the heaven and earth, the soul-sucking ghost pearl quietly appeared, turned into a blood moon, and slowly rose. The world began to light up, and the darkness was completely dispelled. The sun and the moon complemented each other, and there was a hint of creation. However, what he saw was that this soul sea world was still a desolate place. It seems that I have to find a spirit vein to put it in. A trace of understanding flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the spot. Miss Su Yan, my clan leader, invites you for a meal. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the hall. Su Yan turned around and looked at Ling Xiao. The corners of her mouth curled up, and she directly opened the door. However, when the disciple of the fire tribe saw Ling Xiao walking out with her, his face suddenly froze. Oh no, it was the feeling of being killed. But in the end, Ling Xiao just looked at him calmly and left with Su Yan. At the entrance of the secret realm, Ling Xiao stood at the peak of the mountain. Ling Tian, Yi Sun, Su Yan by Ling, and the others followed closely behind him. Today was the day the secret realm opened. They should also return to their own sections. But faintly, everyone felt that sooner or later they would meet again, especially when they saw Ling Xiao standing in front of everyone, whether it was Ling Tian or Bai Ling. There was a faint trace of anticipation in their eyes. Brother, I will do as you wish and work hard to cultivate. Only then will there be a day when I can stand side by side with you. Young master, you must come back and visit often. Far away in the sky, Yi Shen's old tears flowed down his face. F***CK. Did I lick young master's boots for more than 20 days for nothing? Why did he take away all the experts from the Fire Tribe and Xing Clan and only leave me behind? Could it be because I am powerful and he wants me to guard this place as a backup plan? Yes, that must be it. I miss all of you. I will come back. Ling Xiao waved his hand and secretly shook his head. As expected, villains bear the worship and love that they should not have at this age. Sigh, if he was the son of destiny at the age of 17 or 18, he would definitely walk neatly wherever he went. Hot push. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a terrifying buzz between heaven and earth. Immediately, The spiritual spiral at the entrance of the secret realm appeared again. Ling Xiao looked deeply at Bai Ling and Ling Tian. The two of them immediately understood and took the first step out. Now, the two of them had their own missions. For the time being, it was better not to expose their relationship with Su Yan. The sound of wind breaking resounded, and figures filed out one after another. However, compared to the liveliness when they entered, there were only a dozen people who appeared at the peak of Tao Comprehension Mountain. Everyone looked at the spiritual spiral that was suspended in midair with a complicated look in their eyes. Only Ling Xiao's eyes were clear and cold, without the slightest fluctuation. Wasn't the path to immortality like this? Creation created life, creation died. Fight with the heavens, fight with people. So, what was there to be sad about? It didn't matter if it was love or hate. No matter how many people you have met, no one is like me. I, Ling Xiao, will never be defined by others. I only decide the life and death of others. Chapter 326. Young Master, what do you plan to do next? Xiao, Tu, Fu Yuniao, and Su Yan stood behind Ling Xiao with a solemn look on their faces. They all knew about Nian Qingyun's death. Even the young master's aura was much colder now. Obviously, he was suffering in his heart. The Yuan Yu sacred ground was in big trouble. You guys go back to the Universal Demon sect first. I have to go back to the Ling people. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at sect Master Taixian and Liang Yi, who were standing in front of the ancient palace in the distance. He had to go to the western border, but before he went, he still had to settle some debts. Senior brother Xiao, this is the first 3 moves of the soul sword. Study it carefully. Now, here are some spirit treasures and pills. You can use them for cultivation. Ling Xiao took out a Qinkuan bag and handed it to Xiao Tuesday. Su Yan didn't say anything from the beginning to the end. He just stood there quietly and waited. Thank you, young master. Xiao, Tu, and Fu Yuniao bowed. Fu Yuniao, especially, looked at Ling Xiao with an inexplicable sense of loss. She originally thought that the young master would take a second look at her after Nian Qingyun's death. But now, she understood when she saw Su Yan behind Ling Xiao. Yes, the young master was now the strongest existence among the younger generation in the eastern border. The divine emperor bowed his head. The girls standing beside him were all the best in the Xingzhou. How could she, a true disciple of a supreme Taoism, be worthy of his attention? Yuniao, I will leave the eastern border soon. The position of the young master of the Universal Demon sect will be handed over to you. I will personally send a message to the sect master. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at the young girl whose eyes were downcast as he smiled warmly. Fu Yuniao had followed Ling Xiao for a longer time than Xiao Tu, and she wasn't forced to submit. Such a subordinate was worthy of the status he deserved. Ling Xiao didn't care about the young master of the Universal Demon sect anymore. What he wanted was no longer some background or identity, but the power in his hands. In the end, whether it was the enemy of 10,000 or the myriad Tao Demon sect, it was just an umbrella that protected him when he was weak. When others heard his name, they felt fear. But once he left the eastern border, this deterrence would disappear. Moreover, this demonic sect was, after all, his own sect. If they were to fight, they would be the enemy of tens of thousands of people. But to ask him to fight against the saint was a little too much. Supreme Taoist orthodoxy had been passed down for thousands of years. However, no one who could sit on the position of sect master would act according to their temperament. Ling Xiao understood this logic. But if one day Fu Yuniao took the position of sect master, everything would be different. Young master. Fu Yuniao's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her originally depressed mood instantly vanished. It turns out that young master still cares about me. The young master of the myriad Tao Demon sect? She didn't even dare to dream of such an honor. Go. Ling Xiao nodded and smiled. No matter how reluctant Fu Yuniao was, She didn't say anything in the end. She flew into the distance with Xiao Tuesday. When the two of them were far away, Su Yan chuckled softly and said, "You are quite concerned about Senior Sister Fu. Since I joined the Universal Demon Sect, Senior Sister Fu has given me a lot of happiness. Over the years, she has been even more loyal and devoted." Ling Xiao smiled faintly and didn't explain too much. Su Yan just nodded, and he felt more and more satisfied with Ling Xiao in his heart. He was affectionate, righteous, and dared to take responsibility for his actions. This was a real man. "You should have something to do, right? Then I will wait for you in Enlightenment City. I will take out the spiritual fire and return the cauldron to Auntie." Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't move, Su Yan knew what he was thinking. He immediately tiptoed and moved closer to Ling Xiao. "I want a kiss." "Okay, you go to Enlightenment City first. I have something to discuss with Sect Master Taishan." Ling Xiao reached out and pinched Su Yan's pretty face. The latter immediately snorted and walked down the mountain with an aggrieved expression. "My lord!" Liang Yi flew over from the void and bowed respectfully to Ling Xiao. Behind him, Sect Master Taishan bowed and didn't get up. "Get up," Ling Xiao said indifferently and looked up at the sky. The trip to the secret realm was over. The chaos in the eastern border had only just begun. Now, the younger generation of the eastern border sacred sects and ancient clans were almost all dead. Some people might not be able to sit still. "You saw the scenes of reincarnation in the faceless jade wall, right?" Liang Yi narrowed his eyes and knelt on the ground with a thud. "I deserve to die, but at that time, I didn't dare to confirm your identity, so I don't blame you. Let me ask you, did you see Nian Qingyun's past reincarnation?" Ling Xiao shook his head and had some doubts in his heart. What kind of method did the Empress of the Celestial Dynasty use to deceive the world and come down with her soul to train her mind? "My lord, are you talking about the goddess of the Holy Ji Palace? I saw her, but she didn't reincarnate. She only had one life." "What do you mean?" "This person was formed by a wisp of spiritual soul. She was training in this world and returned from the secret realm. It was destiny." "Destiny?" Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Shouldn't the goddess of destiny be protected by the heavenly path? What was going on? "With my current strength, I can't really see it clearly, but I think the problem should be with her body." "Maybe it has something to do with her body." Liang Yi shook his head. Even with his experience, he had only seen the body of chaos once in 1,000 years. It was said that when this body of chaos was cultivated to the extreme, it could split the sky and earth and form a universe of its own. It seemed that Nian Qingyun's origin was not simple, but he didn't know whether it was a human or a god who wanted to break her body of chaos. "Oh!" Suddenly, the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a smile. It seemed to be a conspiracy. If everything was inevitable, then wasn't this game a little too big? Interesting. It was getting more and more interesting. In this trip to the secret realm, many heavenly talents of the eastern border died. I'm afraid that there will be people who will harm the Taishan Dao sect. You too, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared from where he was. Now, in the Shenzhou, Liang Yi and Lord Taishan were undoubtedly the strongest. Especially Lord Taishan, who was a 9th grade Divine Emperor, could be said to be his biggest trump card. Of course, such a trump card couldn't be exposed easily. It could only be used at the critical moment to turn the situation around. "Farewell, my lord." Liang Yi and Lord Taishan bowed at the same time. When they looked up again, the young man was no longer in front of them. "Lord Dragon, General," this Lord Taishan wanted to say something, but stopped. Liang Yi's expression was inexplicably solemn. I once felt a strange spiritual fluctuation in the Lord's demonic eyes. I couldn't see through his reincarnation. I'm afraid it was a trick set up by the Lord himself to prevent people with ulterior motives from noticing his return. If it weren't for the Lord, even if he merged with the sky demon's eyes, he wouldn't have been able to open the dark forbidden zone, just like that person before. Liang, he smiled faintly. His dim eyes shone with a strange golden light. The group of young men I asked you to find can be sent to the secret realm. The Lord said that he wants to train a group of followers. Tell the remaining cultivators of the Xing clan and the Hu clan to hunt them down. After a month, those who can survive can join the Sky Demon Palace and become evil dragon guards. Yes. Lord Taishan bowed, and his figure disappeared in an instant. My lord, you must grow up quickly. Our people are still waiting for the day when you return to the 9 heavens. At the foot of Enlightenment Mountain, Ling Xiao stood in an ancient forest and looked calmly at Yi Lang, Wunny, and Miyong in front of him. He suddenly waved his hand, and a cloud of celestial light filled the sky. There seemed to be an armor, a staff, and a hoop. When he saw the hoop, Yi Lang's expression froze. He almost knelt on the ground and shouted, "Daddy!" I have a few places that I need you to explore and bring back the treasures. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly. 3 pieces of information instantly appeared in the sea of souls of the 3 people. Among them, there were many mountains and rivers in the eastern border that were marked. It was also the memory that Ling Xiao found in Elder Ling's Sea of Souls. Some of the ancient sites were hidden. It was obvious that they were originally prepared for the chosen one, Lin Shi. Now he was not in the mood to explore. After all, he didn't lack spiritual treasures, but he couldn't let others take advantage of them. Moreover, the treasures that could be remembered by Elder Ling were probably not ordinary items. This is a divine level qi concealing talisman. It can conceal the demonic aura on the 3 of you. Go and find the treasures. Come and see me again. For this trip, Winnie will be the leader. If you encounter any demons that are willing to submit, you can also accept them as your followers. Ling Xiao waved his hand and bestowed the 3 peerless divine artifacts to the 3 of them. Winnie received a staff, Miyong received an armor, and Yi Lang received a hoop. Hearing this, the 3 of them bowed to Ling Xiao and turned to disappear into the darkness. The reason why Ling Xiao didn't ask Laird Shadow to accompany him on this trip was naturally because the 1,000 Illusion Dao Law was really a wonderful tool to play with people in the palm of his hand. In the western border, there were endless battles. Ling Xiao needed someone who was good at disguising to follow beside him in case of emergencies. As for these 3 demons, even if their whereabouts were exposed, it would only be a distraction. This way, no one would really notice him, a true demon. As the saying goes, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, just as the auras of the 3 of them disappeared, a beautiful figure appeared outside the ancient forest. There was a trace of sadness on that enchanting face. Chapter 3:27. Master, what about me? Shui Yu frowned with resentment. Go back to the Yinfan's sacred ground and wait for further orders. Remember, it was Xia Chen who killed Nian Qinyin, and you were almost killed by him. Ling Xiao said calmly before turning around and disappearing. There were 2 divine emperors and 6 divine kings from the Hu clan and Xing clan in his territory. Shui Yu was no longer useful to him. However, since Yuanyu Holy Land was a supreme power, they would need cannon fodder if they wanted to go on an expedition. The Yinfan's sacred ground was not bad. Moreover, Yuanyu's sacred ground's foundation should not be weaker than the Cloud Millet Immortal Sect. The supreme Tao in this area was eliminated, and the Ling clan was the king of the eastern border. In Tao Enlightenment City, Su Yan stood in the middle of the Spirit Treasures Pavilion and looked at the middle-aged man who was glowing with health. A trace of surprise appeared on her face. Father, why are you here? I heard that you sent 2 divine emperors over, and I was worried. So I came to see you. How is it? Yen. Did you get the fortune in the secret realm? That's right. The man standing in front of Su Yan was the master of Yunlai Merchant Alliance and the master of Su clan who controlled the endless wealth of Shengzhou, Su Wenye. Third grade divine emperor. His cultivation was not the best in Shengzhou. However, no one in the world dared to underestimate him. After all, he was a rich father. Could he do whatever he wanted with money? Be more confident, you know? Go ahead, okay? For example, the two old men standing behind Su Wenye were both fifth-grade divine emperors. The two of them could easily wipe out a first-rate force with just a casual move. They were Su Yan's trump card and the reason why she had never taken Nian Qinyan, the goddess of Dao Palace, seriously. As long as she wanted to, she could kill anyone in the eastern border. Oh, she could not kill sect master Taixian and Ling. Xiao did not want to kill him. She could not kill her parents-in-law either. F***CK. So, she could not do whatever she wanted with money. Father, what do you think this is? Su Yan smiled and waved her hand. The green, demonic ancient cauldron appeared in her hand. A wisp of extremely faint, but sufficiently terrifying, heat quietly spread out. Su Wenye's face immediately revealed a hint of joy. He had no son, only a daughter. In other words, Su Yan was the only successor of the business alliance. Although with his age, it was still far from the time to choose a successor. But if Su Yan died, his Su family's wealth would fall into the hands of others. In these past few years, the Cloud Alliance had exhausted countless spirit stones and spirit treasures in order to find a spirit flame of the heavens and earth, yet they were still unable to do so. She didn't expect that Su Yan would really find her this time. As expected of the head of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets. Before this, Su Wenye had once asked that person to perform a divination. He said that there was a heavenly fortune here, and Su Yan had to go there personally. With it, the Su family would be worry-free for 100 years. Now that they had the spirit fire, although it might not be able to completely solve the problem of Su Yan's body, with the wealth of the Cloud Alliance, even if they forcefully extended his life, it would be difficult for Su Yan to die even if he wanted to. Ha ha ha, that's great. Yan, as expected, you found it. Su Wenye laughed heartily. Behind him, the two god emperors of the Su clan bowed down as well. Congratulations, Alliance Master. Young Miss has obtained such a heavenly fortune. The spirit flame of the heavens and earth contain the origin. If any sect was lucky enough to obtain one, it would either be destroyed in an instant or achieve unparalleled success. If an expert obtained it, he would either be killed or become the person who truly stood at the peak of this world. Who would have thought? Young Miss actually had such luck. Our Cloud Alliance is going to prosper. I didn't obtain it. It was given to me by someone. However, Su Yan's next sentence instantly silenced the entire Spirit Treasures Hall. Especially at this moment, the shyness on Su Yan's face made Su Wenye's face tremble uncontrollably. He asked in disbelief, Yan, or who has such courage to give you such a fortune? It's Lord Ling Xiao. The corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up and her beautiful eyes turned into crescent moons. At this moment, her sweetness didn't seem to be fake, but this made Su Wenye even more uneasy. Ling Xiao. Could it be the Ling people, that unrestrained little devil? Then, what did you use to exchange with him? Father. Su Yan fiercely glared at Su Wenye, and a trace of anger flashed across her eyes. I already said it. Lord Ling Xiao gave it to me. Can you not use the same mindset as you used in the Merchant Alliance on everyone? Gave it to you. Su Wenye was dumbfounded. He had never seen the successor of the Ling people before, but he knew almost all the god emperors in the eastern border. Occasionally, he would hear about Ling Xiao's character and temperament in some occasions. This little bastard even snatched his fiancée's betrothal gift on the day of the engagement. Why would he be so kind as to give a heaven and earth spirit fire to Su Yan? How was that possible? A sinister look flashed across Su Wenye's eyes. Su Yan was easy to deceive. He was the most scheming person in the holy state. Otherwise, how could he strengthen the Cloud Alliance and become the richest person in the Holy State? The law of the jungle was one of the rules in this world. The other was naturally a win-win situation. Ling Xiao definitely didn't give the fire purely to curry favor with Yen. The price was too high. In the business world, it didn't conform to the law of gambling. Therefore, he must have received some kind of reward or promise to do such a thing. Yen, tell me honestly, did Ling Xiao do anything to you? A wisp of Emperor's aura quietly spread out. The temperature of the entire Lingbao Hall suddenly dropped a few degrees. What did he do? Su Yan blushed even more, but she felt inexplicably irritated. Lord Ling Xiao gave me the heaven and earth spirit fire. Of course, he didn't do anything but love. But last night, she was the one who took the initiative first. If not for that, Lord Ling Xiao would have left. Father, can't you stop looking down on people so superficial? In this world, there is more than just benefits. I believe Lord Ling Xiao truly loves me. I have already pledged my life to him. However, this was done willingly after young master gave me the heaven and earth spirit fire. Su Yan snorted coldly. She was really angry. She knew that if her father knew about this, he would definitely oppose it. That was because he had always hoped that she could marry into the Shenzhou central border so that he could consolidate his business alliance. But I won't. I don't agree. My Cloud Alliance can buy this heaven and earth spirit fire at any price. But don't mention your marriage with him again. Su Winya was also a little angry at this moment. This silly girl. Was there any difference whether he gave the fire first or after? Isn't it all because of your background or the wealth of the Cloud Alliance? If he was a genius from the central border, then so be it. However, Ling Xiao's notoriety had spread throughout the eastern border. He was a dissolute person. Moreover, wasn't he already engaged to the goddess of the Dao Palace? And now he dared to pledge his life to Su Yan? It was obvious that he was a scumbag. Unknowingly, Su Winya's eyes were filled with killing intent. But just as Su Winya was secretly thinking about how to kill Ling Xiao without making it obvious, he saw Su Yan's body tremble. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned even paler. Yan today, if you don't agree to my marriage with Ling Xiao, I will extinguish this fire and die from the cold poison. Su Yan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her voice was cold and resolute. Even the expression on his face carried a hint of despair and the will to die. Chapter 328. You bastard! Su Wenya gritted his teeth in anger, but when he saw Su Yan's pale face, he felt his heart ache. Although he was the richest man in Qingzhou, he couldn't do anything about his daughter's extreme Yin body. Su Wenya had watched her suffer inhumane torture since she was young. One could imagine how much pain Su Wenya was in. All these years, he often thought that he would be willing to give up his wealth in exchange for his daughter's healthy growth. But Ling Xiao wasn't a good person. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. But why did Su Yan ruin her whole life? Alliance Master, you don't have to be so angry. Just when the two of them were in a deadlock, the two fifth-grade divine emperors behind Su looked at each other and smiled bitterly. What do you mean, old son? Su Winya frowned and shouted coldly. Anyway, Ling Xiao should still be in Dao Enlightenment City. Why don't you let me invite him over, and let Alliance Master take a look? Perhaps he will understand Miss Su Yan's persistence. Grandpa's son, you can't hurt him. Otherwise, I will be angry. Su Yan's eyes were cold. Old son nodded and smiled awkwardly. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Old Sunday in Dao Enlightenment City. Ling Xiao walked on the street and looked at the ancient city that had regained its peace. His eyes were still calm. It wasn't until a terrifying divine sense suddenly came from the void that a trace of astonishment surged onto his face. F asterisk CK? Someone dared to attack me in Dao Enlightenment City? An emperor god? Ling Xiao, our alliance master invites you to have tea. An unparalleled force spread out from the void and descended upon Ling Xiao's head. F asterisk CK. Are you sure you're inviting me to have tea? Not inviting me to die. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, and a pair of dazzling, lightning wings gradually appeared on his back. Like a thunder rock descending from the ninth heaven, wind suddenly whistled between heaven and earth. However, just as the figure of the celestial Darch elite appeared and stepped towards Ling Xiao, a chuckle was heard from the center of the city. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist son, don't you feel that you've lost the dignity of an emperor by attacking a junior in my city? Dao Enlightenment City Lord, dressed in a dark blue Taoist robe, walked over from the horizon and landed in front of Ling Xiao with a smile. Blocking God Emperor Sunday. That's right, I'm a villain. If I'm in danger, there will naturally be someone to protect me. Why would I need to do it myself? Oh, so it's the City Lord himself. Why? Does the City Lord know the Ling people? God Emperor Sun's real name was Sun Tzu. He practiced the immovable mountain divine mantra, and his defense was extremely strong. He was the personal bodyguard of the master of the Cloud Alliance, Su Winya. Even in the Shenzhou, he was a well-known expert. Logically speaking, the Tao Comprehension City Lord, a mere 9th-level divine king, should not have the guts to stop him. However, at this moment, the latter had a faint smile on his face. No, Lord Ling Xiao is our sect master's guest. If fellow cultivator's son dares to attack him, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this city alive. Dao Enlightenment City Lord smiled indifferently, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. When Sun Tzu heard this, a look of anger suddenly appeared on his face. Are you threatening me? What was wrong with this world? Now, even a divine king dared to be disrespectful to a divine emperor? Although sect Master Taishuan's cultivation was strong, in the end he was standing here representing the Cloud Alliance. Could it be that the Taishan Dao sect dared to go against the Cloud Alliance? I wouldn't dare. I'm just stating a fact. Dao Enlightenment City Lord shook his head, a divine light surging in his eyes. It was obvious that he was ready to attack. He did not know much about Ling Xiao. However, today the sect master had personally ordered that the Taishan Dao sect would follow Lord Ling Xiao's lead. The orders of the young master were the will of the heavens. The meaning of this sentence was roughly equivalent to the Taishan Dao sect being willing to die for the young master. The Cloud Alliance, indeed, had a deep foundation. In fact, a mere 3rd-level divine emperor actually controlled such a huge amount of wealth in the Shenzhou. No one would believe that he did not have anyone supporting him. Therefore, Dao Enlightenment City Lord was also a little nervous to provoke Sun Tzu. However, the sect master's attitude was very clear. Whoever dared to touch Lord Ling Xiao would die. Ha 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 ha! What a statement of fact! I didn't expect that a divine king would dare to speak to me like this after I've been away for a long time. Fine, I'll see if the Taishan Dao sect dares to trouble me after I kill you today. Although Sun Tzu had come to invite Ling Xiao to meet Su Winya, he understood the sect master's intention. But how could he not understand the alliance master's intentions? Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to properly scare this ignorant youth. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a reckless, enlightened city lord. Buzz! Monstrous spiritual light began to howl above Sun Tzu's head, vaguely forming the shape of a huge mountain. The world was about to collapse as if it was upside down. All the cultivators in Dao Enlightenment City looked at the falling mountain with a strong sense of fear in their eyes. Is it an illusion? Why is the mountain in the sky? F asterisk CK. Could it be that I'm standing upside down? Isn't that the city lord? Who is that old man in front of the city lord? He seems to be the one who moved the mountain here. He can't be thinking of smashing Tao Enlightenment City, right? Who dares to cause trouble under the sect master's nose? Let's wait and see. The Taishan Tao sect will definitely not sit by and do nothing. If we wait and see, I will really run, brother. Many people looked at each other. They looked at Sun Tzu with respect and fear, but more than that, they were confused. In their eyes, the sect master of Taishan was an existence comparable to the divine master of the sacred sect. Sun Tzu's methods were shocking, but he was definitely not a match for the sect master. How about it, City Lord? If you scram now, I can spare your life. Sun Tzu's eyes were filled with playfulness. As long as he wanted to, he could crush the city in an instant. I said, if you dare to touch the young master, you won't be able to leave this city. The City Lord of Tao Enlightenment City still did not take half a step back and smiled faintly. In his hand, an ancient sword emitted a mysterious light. The biting cold sword light whizzed out, cutting the space into pieces. You don't know what's good for you. Sun Tzu shouted coldly and pressed his palm down. The world suddenly fell into darkness. The huge mountain that covered the sky slowly fell towards the City Lord and Ling Xiao with an unstoppable momentum. Young master, leave first. Go to Tao Enlightenment Mountain. I will stop him for a moment. The City Lord of Tao Enlightenment City turned his head and looked at Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, the latter only shook his head calmly. There was even a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. The cloud-gathering merchant alliance? Most likely it was to intimidate him so that he would retreat and leave Su Yen voluntarily. However, the successor of the cloud-gathering merchant alliance had already submitted. He did not believe that Sun Tzu would dare to kill him. Of course, although a fifth-grade divine emperor was terrifying, if he wanted to leave, he might not be able to stop him. The divine wings of wind and thunder was a peerless Tao artifact. Its power was evident. In particular, he had comprehended both the laws of wind and thunder. When he activated the divine wings, it was naturally twice the result with half the effort. Want to leave? All of you stay here. Sun Tzu intended to show off. The spiritual light outside his body shot into the sky. The huge mountain seemed to be covered in golden light. It was sacred and majestic, like a sacred object of the 9 heavens. However, just as the City Lord of Tao Enlightenment City took a step forward, the slowly descending sacred mountain suddenly stopped in midair. Even the cold smile on Sun Tzu's face froze before it disappeared. He raised his head and looked at the mountain above his head in confusion. His mouth was slightly open. Obviously, he did not understand what had happened. Fall! 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 Sun Tzu waved his hand fiercely. However, the mountain did not move at all. Laughter immediately came from Tao Enlightenment City. F***CK. This Sun Tzu got stuck in the middle of showing off. As if he had heard the noise coming from the city, Su Yen suddenly flew out from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Behind him, Su Wenya and the other 5th-grade Divine Emperor hurried out of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. However, in the next moment, the 3 of them narrowed their eyes fiercely. At this moment, in the sky above Tao Enlightenment City, Sun Tzu raised his head in horror and looked at the mountain that had suddenly split open. Then a palm fell from the sky. It instantly shattered the void and pressed down on him. Chapter 329. Buzz. The sound of the great path suddenly reverberated in the sky. The wind and clouds changed, and the entire Tao Enlightenment City seemed to tremble for a moment. Boundless Tao patterns shone brightly in the palm, and the innate spiritual aura seemed to be formed naturally. Oh no, Brother Sun! Beside Su Winya, the other 5th-grade Divine Emperor's eyes narrowed. His figure flashed, and he instantly appeared beside Sun Tzu. Spiritual light bloomed from his body, and the shadow of a black tiger appeared above their heads. Murderous intent swept across the sky, and the black tiger roared to the sky. It then turned into a flowing light and rushed toward the palm print. However, a frightening scene appeared. Before the black tiger could touch the palm print, it was crushed by the Tao aura that it emitted. Then, the palm print that seemed to have transcended the great path finally landed on the 2/5 grade divine emperors. Poof! Without hesitation, 2 flowing lights shone in the sky like meteors. However, they were crushed by the palm print in the end, and they fell down heavily. Just as the cultivators in the city were looking at the huge palm above their heads in horror, the sky flashed again, and the palm print and the 2 divine emperors suddenly disappeared. Boom! In the north of Tao Enlightenment City, a barren mountain was instantly flattened. Heaven and earth were silent. Only the smoke and dust that rose into the sky seemed to prove that a shocking battle had taken place here. Although it was shocking from the beginning to the end, Sect Master Taishan had only thrown out 1 palm. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the black-robed Tao shadow that was flying over from afar. There was nothing but respect in their eyes. Even Su Winya had a look of intense shock on his face. Sect Master Taishan was so terrifying. The spiritual aura contained in the palm print seemed to have transcended the great path of the universe, as expected of someone from 1,000 years ago. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao did not move, and he did not even use any spiritual power. Just now, the moment the great mountain fell, he felt the fluctuation of Liang Yi's divine sense. It was strange, but he did feel it. It seemed to originate from the demonic body, and it also seemed to be a connection of the same origin. However, even though Ling Xiao had guessed that the Lord of Taishan was very strong, he did not expect him to be this strong. That palm strike indeed did not contain the slightest bit of the power of Tao laws, but it was a completely natural state. It was as if he had become one with the heavens and the earth, and the heavenly Tao was within his palm. But if that was the case, how strong was the divine master of the sacred sect? Otherwise, the Lord of Taishan could have unified the Xingzhou. Why would he stay in a corner? Boom! Suddenly, 2 figures flashed out from the ground on a barren mountain in the distance. Their auras were weak, and they seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. It was especially so for Sun Tzu. His 2 arms hung limply at his side, and all the bones in his body seemed to have been completely shattered by that palm strike. He was carried by another 5th grade divine emperor as they rushed back to Tao Comprehension City. Alliance Master Yunlai was still here, so they couldn't leave. Moreover, Lord Taishuan's attack just now was enough to kill the 2 of them on the spot. Obviously, the Tao Lord had held back. Sect Master Taishan, you're going too far. Do you really want to become enemies with the Cloud Alliance? Sun Tzu's face was ferocious. The intense pain from his body almost made him lose his mind. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since he tasted such pain? However, at this moment, no matter how unwilling he was, he didn't dare to move recklessly. He could only bring up the Cloud Alliance in an attempt to regain some dignity as a divine emperor. Is the Cloud Alliance, surnamed Sun now? Sect Master Taishan slowly walked in front of Ling Xiao. He looked coldly at Su Wenya and Su Yan, who were walking over from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, and said calmly. At this moment, all the cultivators in Tao Comprehension City were completely ecstatic. Sect Master is too awesome. He suppressed 2 divine emperors with 1 palm strike. What do you know? Sect Master obviously didn't kill them. He already left some face for the Cloud Alliance. I didn't expect this *T divine emperor to still be so arrogant. *T divine emperor? Brother, you seem to be only in the Xianqing realm, right? So what if I'm in the Xianqing realm? With the sect master's protection, how can I cultivate? It's impossible for me to cultivate. The scenery in Tao Comprehension City is beautiful, and the people are kind. Of course, happiness is the most important thing in life. That makes sense. The sect master is mighty. Countless cultivators were so excited that they were trembling. Therefore, no matter which world it was, this kind of face-slapping scene was the most touching. Haha, so it's the sect master himself. Su Wenye's eyes were gloomy as he grabbed Su Yen tightly. He was afraid that his daughter, who cared about the Cloud Alliance's face the most and had grown up with Sun Su, would lose control of her temper and anger sect Master Taishan. Father, why are you grabbing me? Let go. Su Yan's face was cold as she struggled to break free from Su Wenye's hand. Before the latter could react, she rushed toward sect Master Taishan. Don't be rude, however. Before Su Wenye could finish his sentence, his expression completely froze. At this moment, Su Yan didn't even look at the injured Sun Su. She rushed to Ling Zhao's side and held the latter's hand with concern. She asked softly, "Young master, are you hurt? They didn't make things difficult for you, right? It's Er's fault. Er is useless." As she spoke, Su Yan actually shed tears of regret. "It's okay. Don't worry." Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. As for Su Wenye and the others, their mouths had already opened to a strange degree. Their daughter had grown up. Was she not going to stay in the family? "Young master, are you frightened?" Then, an even more frightening scene appeared. Sect Master Taishan, who was originally dignified and could suppress the world with a wave of his hand, suddenly turned around and faced Ling Xiao. He bowed down. F***CK. What's wrong with this world? Since when did the strong have to bow down to ants? Su Wenye felt that his worldview was shattered. Wasn't the law of the jungle the law of the world? And that descendant of Ling people was just a mere Powong? What did he have that was worth sect Master Taishan bowing down to? What did he have? Money? Power? Talent? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It's okay. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. An elegant aura flowed out of his body, causing the legs of countless proud girls in the city to tighten. Alliance Leader Su, your imperial dog is causing trouble in Dao Enlightenment City. Today, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Sect Master Taishan stood up and looked at Su Wenye. Although the Cloud Alliance was powerful, but how could such an opportunistic person enter Sect Master Taishuan's eyes? As long as Ling Xiao gave the order, he could kill this person with a wave of his hand. Oh, it didn't seem appropriate to kill him. After all, he was the father-in-law of the Lord. Haha, this is just a misunderstanding. There's no need to be angry, Sect Master. Su Wenye's eyes were gloomy, but there was a sincere smile on his face. Just now, he clearly saw a flash of murderous intent in Sect Master Taishuan's eyes. Did he really want to kill him? Just because of Ling Xiao? Moss. Young master, what do you think? Sect Master Taishan did not pay attention to Su Wenye. Instead, he turned to look at Ling Xiao, as if he was asking for his opinion. This scene caused the entire Dao Enlightenment City to fall into a dead silence. Haha, the Alliance leader just wants to invite me for tea. It's probably a misunderstanding. Ling Xiao lowered his head and saw the grievance and pleading in Su Yan's eyes. He shook his head slightly. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Su Yan's face. She snuggled into Ling Zhao's arms in front of everyone. I knew it. Young master loves are the most. Hiss. Sounds of people sucking in cold air could be heard from the surroundings. What was this called? A winner in life, a beauty in his arms, and the sect master bowed down. No, a winner in life was not enough to describe Lord Ling Xiao. This was probably the legendary destiny. Young master, you are the mountain that I can only look up to in my life. You are the deep sea that I dare not sink into. You are the unreachable shore in the hearts of cultivators of my generation. Chapter 330. Why, How could it be? What was Ling Zhao's strength? Su Yan might have been too young and ignorant. Could it be that the sect master was also a fool? Su Wenyan narrowed his eyes. He felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running through his heart. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since someone could make his calm heart ripple? Maybe I shouldn't have asked. You're too awesome. I want to know everything about you. Since you said it was a misunderstanding, Sect Master Taishian looked at the cold smile on Ling Zhao's face. He narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Sun Su and Xian Xian. But you too said that you want to be enemies with the Taishian Dao sect? Is this Alliance Master Su's intention? Sect Master, you've misunderstood. The Yunlai Business Alliance has always been on good terms with the Taishian Dao sect. How could we hurt our relationship because of this? I just wanted to invite Lord Ling Xiao to have some tea. I didn't expect such a big misunderstanding to occur. Haha, Elder Sun, Elder Xian, why aren't you apologizing to the sect master? Su Wenye's face was amiable. There was no anger at all. Given his temperament, he had long been trained to remain calm in the sea of business. It was just that the Ling Xiao today had truly exceeded his imagination. He originally thought that this person was as fierce and domineering as the rumor said. However, he did not take a mere descendant of the Ling people seriously. However, he knew that he was wrong. Given sect Master Taishuan's status, he would never be so humble to the descendant of a force. This Ling Xiao was not simple. Or rather, from this moment on, Su Wenye had already regarded him as someone of equal status. Was it the saint? Impossible. However, apart from this force, what else in the Xingzhou was worthy of sect Master Taishuan's respect? Even the Holy Church did not take the Lord of Taishian seriously. It was rumored that decades ago, an elder of the saint was killed by this sect master when he was showing off in Enlightenment City. He left a message saying that the people and dogs of the saint were not allowed to enter the city. In the face of such humiliation, the saint surprisingly tolerated it. Thus, the Taishian Dao sect became famous overnight. They were independent of the Shenzhou continent, hidden from the world, and respected by the sects of the eastern border. Some said that this Taoist master was a reincarnated immortal, and killing him would taint one with endless karma. Some said that the Taishian Taoist sect had the protection of the gods and demons. Even the sacred sects would not dare to provoke them. In any case, the words Taishian sect had become a taboo for those who acted tough. Alliance Master. Sun Su's eyes narrowed slightly as he gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. After acting tough for so long, he ended up slapping himself in the face. Moreover, since the Alliance Master had already made his stance clear, if he dared to resist, he probably wouldn't be able to walk out of Dao Enlightenment City alive. Taoist Master, Sun Su has offended you. In the end, the 2/5 Grey Divine Emperors bowed to the Lord of Taishian at the same time. Humph. The Lord of Taishian just snorted coldly and walked in front of Ling Xiao. Young Master, this talisman contains an incarnation of my spiritual soul. If anyone dares to disrespect you again, no matter who it is, they will be killed. Thank you. Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and bowed slightly. Although the Lord of Taishian was Liang Yi's servant, he was equivalent to his own servant. However, if it was too obvious in front of so many people, it would be suspicious. However, the Lord of Taishian was so powerful. Why hadn't the sacred sects done anything to them? After all, Liang Yi also said that the divine master of the sacred sects might have come from the upper worlds and could suppress a world. His cultivation was most likely at the supreme realm. But why? Taoist Master, there is something I don't understand. The sacred sects, my lord, the divine master of the sacred sects, once sent a messenger to me and asked me to bow down, but I killed him. In Dao Enlightenment Mountain. Even if the Venerable comes personally, he will definitely die. My lord, you don't have to worry. The Lord of Taishian transmitted his voice through his divine consciousness. He bowed again and turned to leave. No wonder. Ling Xiao suddenly understood. No wonder the Taishan Taoist sect had been in seclusion. With this person's means and Liang Yi's, even if his cultivation was not there, the trump cards in his hands were probably unimaginable. Even a random ancient formation was not something that could be broken by ordinary people. However, even now, the sacred sects would still have people watching this place. Once the Lord of Taishan walked out of Tao Enlightenment City, there would definitely be a disaster. A spiritual incarnation of a 9th grade divine emperor. Ling Xiao looked at the golden talisman in his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. This trump card was much more powerful than the spiritual treasure fragrance of fate. But why was there only one? If you give me 10 more, I will be invincible in this world. What a joke! This spiritual incarnation was originally refined from the original body's spiritual soul. The consumption was huge. If he refined too many, he would have the talisman, but his life would be gone. My lord, are you really okay? Looking at the disappearing lord of Taishan, Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. In front of the great emperor of the eastern border, she even felt suffocated. But why did he treat her lord? Do I look like I'm not okay? Ling Xiao smiled gently and reached out to rub Su Yan's hair. The latter immediately stuck out her tongue and smiled mischievously. That's good. If my lord is hurt, who will accompany me to cultivate tonight? That kind of burning passion that reached the depths of his soul really made him unable to stop. Gulp. Inexplicably, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that he was too careless. He shouldn't have used this excuse to fool Su Yan. This girl is obviously addicted to cultivation. Thinking of the endless years in the future. Forget it. I'd better give her the burning scripture quickly and let her resolve the pain of the cold poison. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would die before the cold poison was resolved. As for, why didn't he directly give the scripture to Su Yan that day? Haha, this year's Chinese Valentine's Day is over. Do you mean you won't celebrate your birthday? What about your anniversary? What about White Valentine's Day? Today is June 1st, Children's Day. Ah, you said that others can't do it? But it's only a festival that has a sense of ceremony. Only then can the relationship be more stable. Tell me quickly, do you not love me anymore? So, this feeling was probably temporary. To stabilize the relationship, touching can't stop. Yan. I suddenly remembered that Lin, she is just a piece of trash. Maybe that ancient technique doesn't have a high requirement for one's physique. Ling Zhao's face suddenly became serious, and a trace of surprise flashed across Su Yan's eyes. Really? Young master? You mean I can fuse the spiritual fire into my body? That's awesome. Since ancient times, although the spiritual fire of heaven and earth was a divine object, its power was not something that ordinary people could control. Even if it was an emperor god, he would also face the risk of dying if he fused the spiritual fire into his body. But now, if she could fuse the spiritual fire into her body, I'll pass this technique to you later. Then you can start fusing with the spiritual fire. Ling Zhao's eyes seemed to be filled with warmth. But, this divine technique, if outsiders know about it, Ling Xiao sighed. This Su Yan had indeed surrendered. After all, the system couldn't solve it. But there were some things that he still needed to remind her to avoid unnecessary trouble. As a villain, if he didn't want to be a stepping stone and wasn't careful, there was a risk of dying at any moment. In my life, I must step on the peak of heaven and earth and sit on everything. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time? F***CK. Why did I start to learn from the Son of Destiny? This sentence will definitely be scolded. I bet a packet of spicy strips. Young master, I understand. Su Yan's pretty face was solemn, but she didn't hide the affection in her eyes. Once this heavenly fortune was exposed, it would definitely attract countless covetous eyes. even if her and Ling Zhao's background was terrifying, but in this world there was no lack of crazy people. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. Chapter 331. Lord Ling Xiao. In front of the Lingbao pavilion, Su Wenye looked at the two of them who were about to kiss. A bitter look appeared on his face. Unknowingly, his daughter was no longer the little girl who always followed him around and asked for sweets. Perhaps it was time to give her some freedom. If Ling Xiao could really stay by her side for the rest of her life, he would be a good son-in-law. After all, his background now made Su Wenye feel terrified. A 16 or 17-year-old boy could get a sect master to bow to him. If this news were to spread, the entire Xingzhou would probably be in an uproar. In just one day, Su Wenye's thoughts had changed. He loved Su Yan very much, but he also hoped that the latter's man would be someone useful to the Cloud Alliance. In Su Wenye's view, this was not contradictory. The stronger the young man, the deeper the background, the more stable and happy he could give Su Yan. Alliance Master Su. Even though Ling Xiao had never met the richest man in the Xingzhou, he had already guessed his identity. Moreover, although Su Wenye's face was chubby, there were some similarities between him and Su Yan. He immediately bowed, and there was no arrogance in him at all. Ha! I didn't expect Lord Ling Xiao and Sect Master Taishan to have such a deep relationship. Su Wenye's eyes flashed. Obviously, he wanted to find out the relationship between the two. Alliance Master, you misunderstand. I have no relationship with Sect Master Taishan. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. However, Su Wenye's face instantly revealed a look of surprise. No relationship? No relationship? He, the #1 God Emperor of the Eastern Border, bowed to you humbly? I, the leader of the Cloud Alliance, am not worthy of his bow. You! Suddenly, Su Wenye felt that Ling Xiao was humiliating him. Ha! It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. There's nothing I can't talk about. I once discussed the Tao with Sect Master Taishan, and we got along quite well. Sect Master Taishan also introduced me to Sect Master Taishan, and we discussed the Tao together. If we have any relationship, it's probably because we are dedicated to the Tao. There's no seniority in learning. Perhaps I have some insights that the Taoist master respects, and that's why he's treating me favorably. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His appearance was a little subservient, as if he was overwhelmed by the favor. *CK. The Lord of Taishan was the one who killed the oracle of the sacred cult. Ling Xiao wanted to get rid of the sacred cult, but he couldn't tell the world now. Yes, they were on the same side. Careful. Reason. Su Wenye was taken aback, but he didn't quite believe it. You're just a 17-year-old kid who hasn't even stepped into the martial emperor realm. How dare you imitate a Tao master's preaching? If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Why are you making up such a reason? If it wasn't for Su Yan sticking to Ling Zhao's side, he would have already taken action to teach this ignorant brat a lesson. Calm down. Probably because he had seen too many unbelievable things today. Su Wenye felt that his state of mind was somewhat unstable at this moment. Alliance Master, there's something you don't know. Behind Su Wenye, the Lord of Lingbao Division suddenly took a step forward and whispered a few words in his ear. At first, the Lord of Cloud Alliance was still calm, but later he gradually revealed surprise and shock. Finally, he turned his head with fear and looked at the young man in front of him. The Tao of man is about love and trust. It can be passed on but not accepted. It can be obtained but not seen. Since the beginning of time, it has existed for a long time. Gods, ghosts, and emperors are born in heaven and earth. Before the Tai Chi, it is not considered high. Below the 6 extremes, it is not considered deep. Born in heaven and earth, it is not considered long. Born in ancient times, it is not considered old. The Tao gives birth to 1. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. 3 gives birth to all things. All things embrace yin and yang. Listen. Is this something a human would say? No. Is this something a 17 or 18-year-old boy would say? This is not reason. This is simply the truth of the great Tao. In an instant, there was a slight fluctuation in Su Wenye's realm. When the Taoists discussed the Tao, a group of people in the Paoang realm listened to Ling Zhao's words and had some understanding. Su Wenye was an emperor god. Naturally, his understanding was deeper. However, did these words really come from Ling Zhao? But if it wasn't him, then why had he never heard of such a profound principle despite his knowledge? No wonder. No wonder the Taoist master of Taishan bowed to a young man. Everyone knew that the Taoist master of Taishan lived in seclusion to study the great Tao, and Ling Zhao's words were indeed worthy of respect. There was a sequence of people who heard the Tao, but there was no sequence of people who understood the Tao. Some people were born with the Tao and were blessed by heaven and earth. How could ordinary people compare to their understanding of the great Tao? Vaguely, Su Wenye seemed to see a destined person standing in front of him. Around him, the Tao manifested. Celestial shadows flickered. It was awe-inspiring. Treasures. This was really a treasured young man. If Su Yan could really marry him, perhaps it would be a blessing? Ha! Little friend Ling Zhao, why don't we have a chat in the pavilion? At this moment, Su Wenye's attitude had obviously changed greatly. What a joke! Even the Taoist master of Taishan bowed. How could he, a mere third-grade emperor god, pretend? The Yunlai business alliance was terrifying, but it referred to wealth. At the end of the day, Su Wenye's nature was that of a businessman. And the nature of a businessman was to make profits. Previously, he had objected to Su Yan dating Ling Zhao because he felt that Ling Zhao was useless, or rather, not very useful. But now, whether it was the Taoist master of Taishan or the young man's background and talent, it was enough for Su Wenye to pay attention to. I'll listen to you, alliance leader. Ling Zhao's expression was still indifferent. He even seemed unfathomable, and Su Wenye immediately nodded. Not bad. Although Ling Zhao was very respectful to him, he was not humble. He was not like the other Shengzhou heavenly prides who wanted to call him father. Ling Zhao was indeed different. He was indifferent to fame and fortune. No wonder Su Yan was so obsessed. Daughter, I've wronged you. Little friend, please. Su Wenye nodded and smiled. He turned around and walked into the spirit pavilion. Behind him, Ling Zhao held Su Yan's hand and followed closely. However, the latter's face was more or less filled with doubt. Father, what's wrong? Why does he look at Ling Zhao more warmly than me? Only when the three of them entered the spirit pavilion did Sun, Su, and Su Yan look at each other with a solemn expression. Brother Sun, did you feel it? Ninth stage divine emperor and even that palm. Could it be that sect master Taishan is really the reincarnation of an immortal? Sun sighed helplessly. The resentment in his heart had dissipated. If they did not die today, that sect master had already given face to the Cloud Alliance. Otherwise, with just the two of them, that palm was enough to reincarnate. On the second floor of the spirit pavilion, Su Wenye and Ling Zhao sat opposite each other. There was a cup of tea on the table. Little friend, do you know how to play chess? Why don't you play a game with me? After Su Wenye said that, the Spirit Treasure's pavilion master immediately brought over a game of chess and placed it on the table. Oh, Yen, didn't you say that you still have something to do? Oh, right. I want to take out the spiritual fire from the cauldron. Su Yan was stunned. Then he thought of something. Aunt Yin, help me find a cauldron. Okay. After the two of them left, Su Wenye smiled and looked at Ling Zhao. Little friend, please. Okay. Ling Zhao's eyes narrowed. However, he could not help but sneer in his heart. Play chess? What an old-fashioned trick. Whenever a chess game appeared in a novel, It was mostly to observe one's character. It was obvious that Su Winya was testing him. Chapter 332. I heard that the Ling people that you're from now have the potential to conquer the eastern border? Su Winya picked up a black chess piece and placed it gently on the chessboard. Ling Xiao only shook his head slightly and placed his next piece without any hesitation or apprehension. Su Winya's expression froze as he looked at Ling Xiao with a meaningful gaze. Decisive, but not scheming enough. But it made sense. He was only 17 or 18 years old. How could he be as scheming as Su Winya? Is that not the case? I heard that the ancient Qin clan has already submitted to Alliance Master. How much of what people say is true and how much is false? If someone takes the opportunity to fan the flames, the tempo will be set. I don't believe that you don't know the truth. Or rather, you will change your mind because of my words. So why bother asking? Ling Xiao smiled faintly and placed a chess piece without hesitation. He was not proficient in chess, but the system was proficient in it. At this moment, he only spent 100 villain points to exchange for a go ceremony. For such an ordinary item, Ling Xiao felt that the system was raising the price. Of course, with his current divine sense, he could comprehend a ceremony in 2 or 3 seconds. So he could roughly see that Su Winya was setting him up. But if Ling Xiao broke the game, he would inevitably be worried. If he was more cautious, he would break half the game and turn it around. In this way, the Cloud Alliance Master's impression of him would be perfect. Decisive, tenacious, thoughtful, but not to the extent that people would fear. Most importantly, he had to make the Cloud Alliance Master feel that he could control the situation. Otherwise, why would he be willing to hand over his daughter and the Cloud Alliance to him? Haha. For Ling Xiao, such a test was not much of a challenge. After all, he had seen enough and had already summed up his experience. At this moment, he even had a good grasp of the expression on his face. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was calm. He looked confident, but not conceited. He looked young and not impetuous. Actually, it was about scheming and scheming. How should he put it? Back then, the saints were not allowed to interfere in the battle between Taoists and Buddhists. Did you think that those zenith heavens were the ones playing chess? What kind of joke was this? All living beings were chess pieces in the saints' plan. You're not scheming. You don't know how to scheme. Are you just playing with yourself? But since ancient times, who said that the saints were sinister? Those who went around killing people and setting fires were indeed villains. They were just short of having the word villain written on their faces. If the righteous path didn't kill them, would they leave them to wreak havoc on the world? Ling people, our saint cult is so scared. F***CK. Therefore, the process was really not important. What's important is that you win in the end. That's right. The mouths of people are indeed unpredictable and can't be trusted. A hint of admiration flashed across Su Winya's eyes. This Ling Xiao is really not bad. Putting aside his thoughts for now, the outcome of the battle had yet to be decided. Based on what he said just now, he was far more insightful than ordinary prodigies. Those who achieve great things, why would they care about the mouths of others? Haha, little friend, you are right. It seems that I am narrow-minded. However, little friend, you are quick-witted. I have something that I would like to hear little friend's opinion on. Although Su Winya was talking, he was not distracted at all. The chess game was under his control. Although Ling Xiao seemed to have noticed some of his arrangements and was also working hard to crack them. But haha, he was still too young. However, if he could see through all his arrangements, this young man's temperament was too terrifying. Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. Alliance leader, please speak. My Yunlai business alliance has actually been suffering losses for the past 5 years. Little friend, what do you think is the problem and what can be done to solve it? Su Winya suddenly raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao. The latter only frowned and looked at him with some confusion. Alliance leader, you are a genius in the business world. This kind of question. I am an outsider. Haha, little friend, there is no harm in saying it. Since you have such a deep understanding of Tao, I think that mere business techniques will be a piece of cake for you, little friend. Su Winya shook his head and smiled, like a kind elder who is testing and admiring a junior. Since Alliance leader said so, Ling Xiao will share some of my shallow opinions. Ling Xiao put down a chess piece and pondered for a moment. Actually, the business alliance's losses are probably because the world is too stable. Boom! That sentence almost made the chess piece in Su Winya's hand fall to the ground. Even his eyes narrowed slightly without leaving a trace. Little friend, what do you mean? The world is stable, so there are fewer battles between cultivators. Yunlai Business Alliance mainly sells spirit treasures and elixirs. Since there are fewer battles, the demand for these things will naturally decrease. However, Alliance leader, you should be happy. After all, the world is stable, so we can cultivate in peace and not worry about survival. Ling Xiao smiled gently, but his eyes were slightly cold. Alliance leader, what do you think? What a joke. Su Winya was a third-grade divine emperor. Even if he was rich, without the protection of a supreme expert, he would never be able to monopolize the Shenzhou Business Alliance. He had the shadow of the sacred sect in him. However, Ling Xiao wasn't sure, so he was also probing. Su Winya was a smart person. Ling Xiao's words were just asking for his opinion. There was no disrespect to the sacred sect. Therefore, no matter how he answered, he wouldn't suspect Ling Xiao of anything. However, a human's desire wasn't to be subservient to others, especially now, when Su Winya mentioned the business alliance's losses. Wasn't he worried about the fate of the Su family? If I don't give him some shrimps, how can he be a pig? If he isn't a pig, how can he be killed by the sacred sect? If he doesn't die, when will the power of the Cloud Alliance fall into my hands? Haha, the smartest hunter would always pretend to be the prey. However, who would be the hunter in the end? As expected, Su Winya didn't put down his chess piece. For the first time, he hesitated. He just looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. Alliance leader? When Ling Xiao looked at him with some confusion, Su Winya smiled and nodded. Little friend, you're right. But I'm a businessman, so I don't just want stability. There was no harm in saying that. Although it was a metaphor, there were no flaws. Little friend, you've lost. In the end, the chess piece was placed and the game was decided. Su Winya smiled and nodded. It's been a long time since someone could play a good game with me. In the past, the people who played chess with me either feared me and deliberately lost, or had complicated thoughts and hesitated. Only, little friend, you're decisive and serious. I think highly of you. Alliance leader's chess skills are superb. Ling Xiao is ashamed of his inferiority. Ling Xiao smiled humbly. At this moment, footsteps suddenly came from the corridor. Su Yen held the green devil ancient cauldron and walked in. When she saw the smiles on their faces, a trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. Father, young master, what are you talking about? You seem to be very happy. Su Yen returned the green devil to Ling Xiao. Young master, I found another magical weapon to seal the spiritual fire. This cauldron, you can return it to Auntie. Okay, Yen. I heard that chrysanthemums have bloomed at the foot of Enlightenment Mountain. Let's go and take a look. Ling Xiao put away the cauldron with a gentle expression. Su Yen glanced at Su Winya and the latter sighed helplessly. I won't interfere in the affairs of you youngsters in the future. Do whatever you want to do. Father will support you. Thank you, Father. Su Yan's delicate body trembled, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. She directly pulled Ling Xiao's hand and ran out of the pavilion. Young master, what did you say to Father? Why did he suddenly change his mind? No, Uncle Su is a very caring person. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently, but a trace of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. This Su Winya was indeed an old fox. A person who only cared about profit was naturally dangerous. But wasn't he also a chess piece that could be easily controlled? Humans with desires, there would be flaws. I, Ling Xiao, the light of the righteous path. How could I harm my father-in-law? Then wouldn't I be a beast? If Su Winya died one day, then he must have died of greed. Chapter 333. In the spiritual treasure pavilion, Su Winya stood by the window and looked at the two people walking away on the street. His face had returned to its usual coldness. Furthermore, the eyes of the richest man in the Shenzhou continent were filled with an indescribable depth. To be honest, he could not see through Ling Xiao. He felt that this young man was much more terrifying than what he had seen. It was an indescribable feeling, but Su Winya believed that he had a unique eye for people. This young man was not ordinary. Alliance Master, what do you think? Outside the pavilion, the fifth-grade Divine Emperor, Elder Xian, walked over slowly. He and Sun Su had followed Su Winya for the longest time and could be considered as his trusted subordinates. Elder Xian, what do you think? Su Winya turned his head and looked at the elder with a calm expression. This kid is both good and evil. His methods are extraordinary. I heard that the major events that happened in the eastern border recently were more or less related to him. Elder Xian sighed. Such a monster was indeed ambitious and ruthless, but he was not a good match for Mississippi. After all, how many people would care about love when they were plotting against the world? Is that so? I feel that this man is not bad. Perhaps the fate of the Cloud Alliance will change because of him. Su Winya's words were strange, but Elder Xian's eyes suddenly focused. Alliance Master, you mean? For hundreds of years, the Cloud Alliance has been cautious and conscientious. Now that we have the wealth of the world in our hands, why should we be controlled by others? Ling Xiao said something that I agree with. If the Cloud Alliance wants to be strong, it must go through troubled times. Su Winya smiled faintly, but a trace of coldness flashed across his face. Pass down the order. In the future, if Ling people and Ling Xiao need anything, the Cloud Alliance will fully support them. However, it can only be done in secret. Yes, Alliance Master. On Enlightenment Mountain, a beautiful figure in green walked over slowly. She was as cold as the wind in the mountains. Who dares to barge into the Taishan Dao sect? A Dao sect elder descended from the sky and blocked the young girl's path. Elder, I am here to look for someone. Although Yi Qingchan's aura was cold, there was a peaceful smile on her face. This was somewhat strange. Looking for someone? Miss, are you looking for my Daozi? The elder's originally gloomy face gradually relaxed after seeing the pure and sincere smile on Yi Qingchan's face. No, I'm here to see Ling Xiao. Yi Qingchan shook her head slightly as a trace of longing flashed across her beautiful eyes. Young master, Qingchan is here. Did you miss me? Young master Ling Xiao? I wonder if miss. Upon hearing the two words Ling Xiao, the gloominess on the Dao sect elder's face disappeared and turned into a faint reverence. The sect lord had already made it clear that all the people and forces related to Lord Ling Xiao would be the most honorable guests of the Taishan sect. Although many elders didn't know the reason, it didn't stop them from being obedient. I am young master's maidservant. I heard that young master entered the secret realm. I wonder if he has come out yet? Yi Qingchan hesitated for a moment, but didn't dare to say the word maidservant in the end. Although this was a dream in her heart, young master had a fiancé after all. If she said the wrong thing, wouldn't it be bad for young master's reputation? Maidservant, young master, she... Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from heaven and earth as a figure descended from the sky. It was Liang Yi the Daozi. Today he had already changed into his usual white clothes. His eyes were dim, but he gave people a feeling of immortality. "Who are you?" He didn't hear Ling Xiao mention such a maidservant, and casually asked about the sect lord's whereabouts. "And who are you?" Yi Qingchan's eyes were cold, as if there was an icy light flickering in them. The entire Enlightenment Mountain suddenly turned cold for a moment. In the hall far away, the Daozi of the Taishan sect suddenly opened his eyes with a look of surprise on his face. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot. "I am the Daozi of the Taishan sect. Miss, are you young master's maidservant?" Outside Liang Yi's body, there seemed to be a celestial shadow rising and easily dispelling the biting cold. However, at this time his expression was also somewhat solemn. It was not because of Yi Qingchan's cultivation, but because of the bone-deep chill, extreme cold Dao law. "You know young master." Since he called Ling Xiao young master, it was obvious that the Daozi of the Taishan sect knew him. The coldness in Yi Qingchan's eyes dissipated, and a bright smile appeared on her pretty face again. "I'm young master's friend. Then, was I too fierce just now?" Of course I know young master. Who are you? Since you are young master's maidservant, how can you not know young master's whereabouts?" Liang Yi's expression was cold. He didn't let down his guard because of Yi Qingchan's beauty at all. In fact, if this girl couldn't give him a convincing reason, he would not hesitate to kill her on Enlightenment Mountain. "I have been cultivating in the Heavenly Sword Immortal sect. Now that I have finally left the mountain, I heard that young master entered the secret zone." "Daozi, has young master come out?" Yi Qingchan's eyes were a little disappointed, but the Daozi of the Taishan sect looked surprised. "You are Yi Qingchan." Everyone in the Xingzhou knew about Ling Xiao's engagement that day, and the name Yi Qingchan was even more impressive than Nian Qingyan. There was no other reason other than the fact that Ling Xiao had given her an engagement gift in front of everyone. For a time, the three words Yi Qingchan instantly resounded throughout the eastern border. With Liang Yi's cautiousness, he had naturally sent people to investigate Ling Xiao's actions in recent years. He just didn't expect that Yi Qingchan's background would be so different. "It's me. Daozi, did young master mention me?" Yi Qingchan's face was full of expectation, but Liang Yi just smiled bitterly. "Young master went down the mountain today." Now, suddenly, Liang Yi was a little hesitant. At this moment, the Lord and Suyan, if he told Yi Qingchan the whereabouts of the Lord and disturbed the Lord, would the latter be afraid of him? "Went down the mountain. The mystic realm is over? Didn't they say it would take a month? Where did young master go?" Yi Qingchan exclaimed. She originally wanted to wait at the entrance of the mystic realm and give him a surprise when he returned. She didn't expect that he would go down the mountain. Suddenly, Yi Qingchan was a little disappointed. In fact, he even felt that it was destined by the heavens. "Young master, are you and I really not fated?" "I'm afraid he has already returned to the Ling people." "Oh, did he go back with Nian Qingyan?" Yi Qingchan sighed softly, but Liang Yi suddenly looked at her with a complicated expression. "Nian Qingyan is dead." Boom! Suddenly, there was snow and ice on Enlightenment Mountain. In a breath, the ancient trees froze and the flowers withered. Even the mountain wind stopped for no reason. "Nian Qingyan is dead." Yi Qingchan's beautiful eyes overflowed with sadness, shock, and bitterness. In short, it was very complicated. She had seen Nian Qingyan. She had seen her beauty and coldness. She even admitted that the goddess of the Holy Ji Palace was indeed a good match for young master. But whether Nian Qingyan was dead or not had nothing to do with her. At most, she was a little confused and a little emotional. She was just very worried that young master must be very sad now, even if Ling Xiao said that the two of them were just a marriage of sections. But with Yi Qingchan's understanding of young master, if he didn't want to do something, Who in this world could force him to do it? Suddenly, Yi Qingchan turned around and rushed down the mountain. She wanted to find young master, stay by his side, and tell him that she was still here. Young master, the fog is everywhere. Qingchan loves you in a place where no one else is. It wasn't until Yi Qingchan's figure was far away that the figure of sect master Taixian appeared beside Liang Yi. He looked at the beautiful figure coldly. Long Jiang, that aura, another reincarnator. No wonder it's the era of great battles. But did Long Jiang feel it too? Why is this aura a little familiar? Chapter 334. On a hillside in the north of Dao Comprehension Mountain, Ling Xiao held Su Yan's hand and looked at the chrysanthemums that covered the entire mountain. His expression was calm. Today's game of chess between him and Su Winya had given the leader of Yunlai Alliance enough shock and confusion. At this moment, the richest man in Shenzhou was most likely still hesitating about how to make the Su family stand at the top of the world. After all, the so-called foundation of such a rich family was spirit stones and spirit treasures. The experts in the sect were also driven by benefits. If there was a day when someone wanted to make them disappear, it would only take a moment. Yan, I plan to leave Dao Comprehension City today. Qing Yun died in Xia Chen's hands, and I must make Yuan use sacred ground pay the price. Otherwise, the hatred in my heart will not be appeased. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, and his eyes overflowed with killing intent. At this moment, his anger was not fake. The daughter of destiny with 10,000 providence died in front of him. For Ling Xiao, this was a great loss. However, for this loss, Ling Xiao inexplicably had an impulse to disregard everything. Oh, then young master, go ahead. I will always support you. Su Yan raised her foot and crushed a dazzling golden chrysanthemum under her foot. What about young master after taking revenge? What are your plans? The young master of the ancient puppet sect bullied you, and the ancient puppet sect also has to pay a price. After dealing with these two sects, I plan to travel to the western border. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently. Traveling was fake, and finding the child of destiny was his real goal. Currently, the child of destiny in the eastern border was either dead or subdued. For Ling Xiao, there was no need to stay there anymore. The western border dynasty stood in great numbers, and there were endless expeditions. Only in this kind of chaotic world would there be peerless monsters. Ancient puppet sect? Go to the western border. Young master, the western border is chaotic. Cultivators of my generation are wholeheartedly pursuing the Tao. The more we train, the faster we grow. In the eastern border, everyone who hears the name of Ling people will instinctively revere me. No one dares to truly compete with me. This is not what I want. Ling Zhao's voice sounded helpless and bitter. But when it reached Su Yan's ears, it inexplicably caused the young girl to feel some reverence. This was a real man. His ambition was to travel far, and he was fearless of hardships and dangers. He would never be greedy for comfort, and would only aim for a higher sky. Young master, Yan, is willing to go with you. The gloominess on Su Yan's face dissipated. His eyes were bright and full of affection. As expected, young master loves me too. He's going to deal with the ancient puppet sect for me. But this kind of tyranny, you still have to give me an explanation for killing your successor. Young master, as expected of you, he was strong enough, protective enough, and manly enough. Hearing this, Ling Xiao shook his head slightly. I'll teach you the ancient technique first. It won't be too late for you to resolve the hidden illness of the cold body. But young master, I want to stay by your side. Yan, I'm going to the western border. This trip is dangerous. Moreover, in that kind of battlefield, it's not safe to have the protection of an expert. I've always been labeled as a hedonist in the eastern border. So this time I plan to go to the western border and rely on my own strength without relying on anyone or anything from the Ling people to establish a dynasty and prove my name as Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's expression was impassioned, and he looked like he was going to do something big. But, Sai, Yen, you know that in order to establish orthodoxy, it must be very difficult in the beginning. How can I bear to let you suffer by my side? Wait until I have a firm foothold in the western border. Then I'll send someone to bring you over. Prove your name as a dynasty. Su Yen covered her red lips with her jade-like hand. Her beautiful eyes were already filled with shock. Finally, she understood why her father's attitude towards Ling Xiao had changed so much. Her father was most optimistic about this kind of young and ambitious genius. Ambition was a person's motivation to work hard. If one craved for ease, no matter how talented they would eventually be reduced to the background of an era. Inexplicably, Su Yan's eyes glistened with tears. He's afraid that I'll suffer, so he wants to establish a dynasty and bring me over. Then wouldn't I become the mother of the world, the empress? I'm just a little shy, but I'm really touched. Young master, since you have such ambitions, Yen, I will naturally support you. I'll inform the Spirit Treasures pavilions and auction houses in the western border to support whatever you need. Also, Su Yan suddenly took out a Qinquan bag and handed it to Ling Xiao. I don't have many spirit stones on me. There's about 100 million in here. Take it first. When I return to the Shenzhou Central region, I'll send someone to deliver it to you. Yan, what are you doing? I don't even want the Ling people's spirit stones. How can I take your spirit stones? Young master. Su Yan suddenly gazed at Ling Xiao with a serious expression. She slowly snuggled into his embrace. You and I don't need to talk about this. You've already given me the spiritual fire. What's a mere 100 million spirit stones? You're the witness, and I just don't want you to work so hard. Whether it's establishing a dynasty, roping in strong cultivators, or training an army, they all need spirit stones. Don't let Yenner wait too long, okay? But if you don't agree, I'll go to the western border with you. Can you bear to do that? Su Yan raised his head and gazed at Ling Xiao affectionately. She would go, but only if she could solve the problem of her cold body. Otherwise, she would be a burden and delay young master's plan. You really infuriate me. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have said this to you. Ling Xiao awkwardly put the Qinquan bag into his ring and glared at Su Yan. If others know about this, they'll inevitably say that I'm living off a woman. Young master, what are you saying? Whoever dares to say such nonsense, I'll tear his mouth apart. Moreover, this kind of family matters should be kept between us. Why tell others? Su Yan pouted and shook Ling Xiao's arm. I want a kiss. The latter smiled helplessly and lowered his head to kiss her gently. Young master, I want to cultivate. Yen, if two people love each other for a long time, they wouldn't be together day and night. Ling Xiao spoke sternly, but Su Yan's expression turned sluggish. If two people love each other for a long time, they wouldn't be together day and night. What kind of godly sentence was this? But this was just a casual remark from young master. With just a casual sentence, he made Yen see countless days and nights, countless moons, and stars falling. Perhaps this was what the legends meant by the mandate of heaven. Upright, righteous, infatuated, talented, handsome, terrifying cultivation, heaven-defying talent, and a powerful background. Suddenly, Su Yan felt that she didn't seem to be worthy of Lord Ling Xiao. Besides having a few smelly spirit stones, what else did she have? Even his life was saved by the young master. The saying 3 lifetimes of good fortune should be referring to someone like her, right? Young master, Yen is too narrow-minded. Su Yan bit her red lips and tears welled up in her eyes. She was very afraid very afraid that a peerless person like Ling Xiao would leave her one day. How could she keep his heart? Spirit stones? Vulgar. Why not give him the identity of the successor of the Yunlai Merchant Alliance? Yen, I'm not outstanding enough now. I just want to work harder so that I can protect you and the Su family from all the storms. Ling Xiao smiled gently, and Su Yan took out a golden ancient token and passed it to him. Young master, in the future, the Yunlai Merchant Alliance will listen to your orders. This token is equivalent to my personal command. You can use all the resources of the Merchant Alliance. Young master, what are you laughing at? Su Yan was stunned. I'm laughing. You're so naive. This, if Uncle Su knows. Ling Xiao coughed softly, and his expression returned to his affectionate self. Little fool, stop fooling around. I'll be touched if you do this. Young master, father said that he will support any decision I make. Su Yan passed the token to Ling Xiao, and the shock in her eyes turned into determination. She didn't regret it even if she died. But if young master doesn't love Yen, you can throw this away. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I not love you? Thus, in a very difficult situation, Ling Xiao resolutely took the ancient medallion. Actually, he really didn't want to live off a woman. Smack, smack. Chapter 335. Yen, let's find a place to fuse with the spirit fire. Otherwise, I won't be at ease without you by my side. Ling Xiao stroked Su Yan's hair. She smiled sweetly. Okay, young master, shall we return to Tao Enlightenment City? No, there are many spies in the city. I have a good place to go. Close your eyes and I'll take you there. Ling Xiao deliberately kept her in suspense. Su Yan obediently closed her eyes and looked expectant. Buzz. There was a buzzing sound, and Su Yan felt dizzy. Before she could comprehend it, Ling Xiao's voice sounded in her ears. Okay, you can open your eyes now. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Su Yan opened her eyes with a trace of surprise on her face. At this moment, what appeared in front of her was an extremely desolate land. There was no life, no color. The entire land was bleak and desolate. Although there was a scorching sun above her head, the light wasn't warm at all. It even made her skin numb. At the end of the land, there was a dark moon. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be standing on top of a mountain. On the flat ground below the mountain, dozens of figures were busy. They were cutting open the mountain and taking out stones. It seemed like they were building something. However, just as Su Yan was puzzled, she suddenly realized that those people who were shining with divine light like slaves were all god thearchs and god kings, and they looked familiar. These are some of the experts who followed me. This place will become the foundation of my orthodoxy and also our home. Ling Xiao smiled warmly. He held Su Yan's hand and walked towards the mountain top. At this moment, although the realm he was in was incomparably vast, there was no spiritual energy at all. However, it was said that there were many dragon veins in the western border. Ling Xiao had once carefully investigated the realm. There were a total of 9 mountain ranges that stretched across the entire realm. The place where Xing Xin and the others were building the palace was where the 9 dragon veins converged. It was also the center of this territory. As long as he found the 9 dragon veins and placed them in the mountain, this territory would become a holy land for cultivation. 8 seemed to be enough. After all, the Yuanyu Holy Land was rich in spiritual energy. Obviously, it contained a spirit vein. Yen, let's begin. I'll teach you the ancient technique first. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with soul light. Su Yan felt his sea of consciousness tremble as an ancient golden text appeared in his mind. I've studied this ancient technique before. For 2 whole hours, the two of them patiently studied the burning scripture. And with Su Yan's talent, It didn't take him too much time. From the beginning to the end, she did not ask Ling Xiao where they were. After all, everyone had secrets. Since he had brought him here, it meant that he had great trust in him. Yan, are you ready? Ling Xiao's expression was solemn. When he saw the nervousness in Su Yan's eyes, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Although the heaven and earth spirit fire was an extremely ominous item, no one had ever heard of it burning a child of destiny to death. Those who could be burned to death were only minor villains. In other words, with Su Yan's karmic luck that was even higher than Lin Shi's, how could he possibly die here so easily? Of course, as the one who should cooperate with your performance, I will do my best. Young master, so Lin Shi still died in your hands, right? But the god emperor behind him. It's okay. You don't have to worry about this. I can deal with it. You just need to focus on merging with the heaven and earth spirit fire. Ling Xiao shook his head, and his expression was solemn. If you're ready, let's begin. Young master! Su Yan was obviously uneasy, and there was a hint of farewell in her beautiful eyes. Don't worry. No matter what happens, I won't leave you. I will protect you by your side. With me around, nothing will happen to you. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and pinched Su Yan's beautiful face. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes were filled with gratitude. She nodded slightly and finally took out the crimson fire from her universe ring. Boom! Terrifying heat instantly engulfed the entire heaven and earth. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Dense water vapor turned into a barrier and enveloped the entire barren mountain. Yener, go for it. Eat it. Young master, if I die today, please bury me here. Su Yan smiled miserably and no longer hesitated. She merged the crimson fire into her body. Boom! A strange fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate instantly spread out from her body. Outside her body, flames and cold air intertwined and swallowed each other. For a moment they were in a stalemate. Ling Xiao waved his hand in front of Su Yan. Seeing that she was completely immersed in cultivation, he immediately turned around and walked down the mountain. Emperor, my lord! Looking at the figure descending from the sky, Xing Shen and Hua Heng stopped what they were doing and stood at attention. Then they bowed deeply. Thank you for your hard work. Ling Xiao nodded and turned to look at the ancient palace in front of him and the stone steps that led to the sky. At this moment, the entire palace had begun to take shape and the stone steps were a few 100 feet high. It would probably be completed in a few more days. At that time, this place... He. My lord, you're working. Not at all. Xing Shen and Hua Heng stood at attention again and said, let's continue. Ling Xiao turned around, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. System come out. Master Ling Xiao. Identity: young master of the Universal Demon Sect, the successor of the Ling people of the ancient family, the leader of the Sky Demon Palace. Divine Constitution, second transformation of the Sky Demon real body, forbidden constitution. Cultivation, third rank divine general. Spiritual treasures, immemorial demonic saber, grade unknown. 8 barren glazed demon, subduing pagoda, divine treasure. Emperor's robe, high grade doctrine artifact. Great void white lotus, middle grade doctrine artifact. Bloodthirsty ghost pearl, high grade doctrine artifact. Purple gold divine hammer, high grade doctrine artifact. Cultivation arts, universal demon art, sky demon sutra, sky demon real body talent, eye of devastation talent, sky demon eyes, blood moon forbidden. Zone, soul catcher ancient skill, forbidden skill. Great barren heaven imprisoning seal, soul skill. Burning scripture, immemorial emperor's flame. Principles: thunder, complete. Sword, complete. Wind, enlightened. Water, flourishing. Flame, enlightened. Origin, enlightened. Darkness, complete. Slaughter, flourishing. Spiritual beast: immemorial demon dragon, middle stage of Powong. Destined body, progress, 1%. Luck, 3,200. Villain points, 30,000. Middle stage of Powong. Ling Xiao was startled. Hua had reached the middle stage of Powong while sleeping. Hua, buzz. Ling Xiao felt a chill on his thigh and saw Hua appear in front of him with a pair of confused eyes. You're already in the middle stage of Powong, but you still can't transform and open your mouth? Are you born with some kind of disease? Awoo. Hua bared its teeth and pretended to be fierce. I have something good here. Maybe it can help you break through again. Ling Xiao smiled faintly while Hua's eyes flashed with greed. When Su Yan surrendered, the system had rewarded him with a drop of divine dragon blood. Even though it was a treasure to strengthen one's body, Ling Xiao's sky demon true form was the strongest divine body in the world. So, this drop of blood was not very useful to him. He might as well give it to Hua. It might help it become a divine general and form a core. After all, the ancient monsters had terrifying bloodlines. A grade 6 divine elixir could only help it reach the first level of Powong. But a Powong beast could only be used as a mount for Ling Xiao. But a mount wasn't a necessity. If the divine dragon blood couldn't help Hua reach the divine general level, then he could consider a feast of dragon meat. I don't need you to spit it out. I'll just eat you again. I want it. Ling Xiao patted Hua's head and looked at the lake in the distance. Why don't you show me a water spout? Chapter 336. Go and perform well. This drop of holy dragon blood essence is yours. A drop of golden holy blood in Ling Xiao's hand emitted a monstrous spiritual light. A trace of crystal flowed from the corner of Floey's mouth. Without hesitation, she transformed into her original form and rushed towards the lake. But just as she opened her mouth angrily and was about to suck up all the water in the lake, flames suddenly shot up from the mountain where Su Yan was, dyeing the entire sky red. It merged so quickly? Ling Xiao was stunned. He threw the drop of dragon blood at Floey and disappeared instantly. On the peak of the barren mountain, Ling Xiao looked at the snow-white figure in front of him with a grave expression. At this moment, Su Yan's outer clothes had already been burned to ashes. Even her skin had turned red. The flames and Yin Qi fused together, faintly forming the shape of two fish above her head. But for some reason, Su Yan's face seemed to be in great pain. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted and cold sweat flowed down her forehead. In an instant, it turned into a wisp of white mist and rose into the air. What's going on? Gradually, Su Yan's aura became more and more turbulent. She actually showed signs of turning into a demon. But Ling Xiao was a villain and naturally didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, if he attracted the heavenly Tao's punishment, he was afraid that he wouldn't be helping Su Yan at all and might even implicate her. Boom! Just as Ling Xiao was at his wit's end, Su Yan suddenly opened her eyes. Her red eyes made Ling Xiao's body tremble involuntarily. It can't be. Young master, it's so hot. Yes. Gulp. Before Ling Xiao could refute, Su Yan had already pounced on him and directly pressed him under her body. Don't be rash. Boom! A scorching heat instantly entered Ling Xiao's body. That feeling was sometimes warm and sometimes cold, but inexplicably had a different kind of mystery. For a full 6 hours, the barren mountain was surging like waves, and Ling Xiao's figure was like a small boat swaying in the ocean, forced to go with the flow. It wasn't until the flames around Su Yan's body dissipated and she was drenched in sweat that she seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She gently leaned against Ling Xiao. The fragrance exhaled from her mouth contained a trace of satisfaction, and her pair of moving eyes were filled with shyness. At this moment, Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. 2500 Providence, Yin Yang Dao Law. Damn! As expected of the woman of destiny. He had actually comprehended a Dao law in such a comfortable time. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt that he didn't feel guilty about taking the 100 million spirit stones. Living off a woman doesn't taste good. Who? Young master. For the sake of the film, Su Yan maintained her posture and snuggled in Ling Xiao's embrace. Her face was flushed red, but her eyes were exceptionally bright. Are you happy? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth suddenly curled into a sinister smile. Su Yan frowned slightly, as though she was begging for mercy. Young master, don't. I'm still feeling terrible. But Ling Xiao didn't care about her pleas, and he stretched out his hand and hugged her tightly. The sound of the waves was endless, and it was like the sound of nature. And the young girl's initial rejection gradually turned into an inexplicable desire. When the blood moon hung high in the sky, Ling Xiao carried Su Yan and flew out, landing in the lake at the foot of the mountain. The lake water was ice cold, and it instantly dissipated the heat in their bodies. Young master, are you leaving? Su Yan stretched out her hand and wrapped it around Ling Xiao's neck. Her beautiful eyes were misty. You just merged with the spiritual fire, and I'm afraid that it's still a little unstable. When you go back, follow the ancient method that I taught you and refine the yin qi. Your body has been poisoned by the yin qi for more than 10 years, and I think that it's not something that can be recovered in a day. Ling Xiao nodded and stretched out his hand to wipe away the tears on Su Yan's face. Then I'll stay here, okay? I'll stay here, and I don't want to go anywhere. Su Yan shook her head and looked at Ling Xiao expectantly. There's no trace of spiritual qi in this area. After I'm done, I'll send someone to bring you over. But, young master, be obedient. Oh. In the end, Su Yan lowered her head in grievance and leaned gently on Ling Xiao's shoulder. Young master, then hurry up. Don't let Yan wait for too long in front of Dao Enlightenment City. Ling Xiao and Su Yan came over hand in hand. At this moment, Su Yan was wearing a snow-white dress, and it was extremely compatible with Ling Xiao. Su Yan, who was dressed in red, had a hint of arrogance in her sickly look. But at this moment, she was 70% weak and 30% gentle. But just as the two of them were about to enter the city, Ling Xiao's expression suddenly froze. He released Su Yan's hand and smiled faintly. All right, Yan, let's stop here. Send my regards to Uncle Su. Are you leaving already? Can't you leave tomorrow morning after one more night? Su Yan's beautiful eyes reddened, and there seemed to be reluctance in them. She knew that this parting would be very long. For a man like Ling Xiao, sooner or later, he would step onto the peak of heaven and earth. To him, love might just be a scenery on the path of immortality. What she had to do was to try her best to catch up with his footsteps and not fall too far behind him. Only then could she be by his side often. Fortunately, I still have that poem to accompany me. If two people's feelings are everlasting, why would they be together day and night? This is the poem that young master wrote for me. Go, cultivate on time and don't slack off. Ling Xiao looked deeply at Su Yan and turned to walk towards the distant mountains. Young master. In front of Dao Enlightenment City, Su Yan clenched her jade-like hands tightly as she watched the white-robed figure walk away. Tears finally fell from her eyes. Even when he walked out of her sight, she was still at a loss. That aura just now was a Qingchan? In the ancient forest at the foot of the mountain, Ling Xiao looked in the direction of Dao Enlightenment City and saw a green-robed figure slowly walking out with a cold expression on her face. If it wasn't Yi Qingchan, who else could it be? But at this moment, Yi Qingchan seemed to be a little different from before. On her beautiful and fair face, there was some unfamiliar coldness, as if she felt the cold aura behind her. Su Yan frowned slightly. She turned her head and coincidentally saw the green-robed figure. Their eyes met, and absolute coldness and heat spread between heaven and earth. Indistinctly, the space where the two of them were instantly rippled with 10,000 layers of ripples. Inexplicably, the two of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Time seemed to have stopped. Beneath Tao Comprehension City, the two similarly peerless beauties were staring at each other, even though there wasn't the slightest fluctuation emanating from their bodies. Their eyes contained a wisp of indescribably complicated enmity. But in the end, Yi Qingchan's face suddenly bloomed with a radiant smile. She nodded slightly and said, "Sister is so beautiful. Sister is also so alluring." Su Yan lowered her head and chuckled, but her eyes were still piercingly cold. Their shoulders brushed past each other, two different directions, but they seemed to be walking on the same path with no return. In the ancient forest, Ling Xiao gently heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yi Qingchan shouldn't have seen him. After all, the two of them couldn't be compared to the level of his divine soul. But inexplicably, he felt that Su Yan and Yi Qingchan seemed to be very hostile towards each other. So, other than luck, this woman's sixth sense was really mysterious. And extreme Ice Dao law, it seemed like Yi Qingchan's innate intelligence was about to awaken. Chapter 337. That figure just now, was it young master? Yi Qingchan's eyes were clear and cold. She seemed a little confused. Can't you see it? That Ling Xiao is simply a rogue. What good will come of following such a person? Merge with me and step onto the peak of the world. You will understand how vast this world is. In her sea of soul, the cold and arrogant woman's voice sounded again. The peak of the world, if there is no young master, what's the point? Yi Qingchan's lips curled into a smile. She lifted her feet and walked forward. Young master, where are you? Qingchan is really worried about you. Nian Qingyun is dead, but you still have Qingchan. You are simply stupid. Don't you feel that there is an evil aura on Ling Xiao? He can deceive others, but he can't deceive me. I am too familiar with this aura. He is a demon. The ancient soul's voice gradually became angry. There was even a hint of resentment in it. Just now in Taishan Dao sect, she did not dare to release a trace of fluctuation. However, what puzzled her was why Taoist Taishan had some inexplicable respect for Ling Xiao. Young master? If she remembered correctly, every Taoist of Taishan Dao sect seemed to be the top of the eastern border and was respected by tens of thousands of people. However, demon? Uft! Yi Qingchan suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled. A trace of ridicule flashed in her eyes. Of course, he was a demon. He was the young master of the universal demon sect. This ancient soul was really annoying. In order to slander young master, she was really unscrupulous. So what if he is a demon? If he is not tolerated by the world, then I will accompany him and kill all the people. In the end, Yi Qingchan only snorted coldly and ignored the ancient soul that was roaring angrily in her ears. Even if one day she would forget young master, she would also always look at her hand that was holding the sword, because there she had already carved his name. Yi Qingchan lowered her head and looked at the two scars on her wrist that had already healed. In the blur, it was the two words Ling Xiao. True love was just like this. How could her heart be so light? The world was bustling with life. But I just want to be with you. Side by side, they waited for the sunrise. Young master, I'm not your childhood friend. It's not like you've just bloomed. But in this life, I will use my life to carve my name in your heart. Just like that day, you promised me that you would never let me down in this life. Qingchan, is that you? Just as the cold light in Yi Qingchan's eyes gradually turned cold, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the distant ancient forest. A white-robed figure descended from the sky with a surprised look on his face. On his handsome face, there was indeed a hint of paleness and haggardness. F***ck. How could he not be haggard? Even if he had eaten the flood dragon meat, Ling Xiao was still somewhat exhausted from the 2 days of continuous fierce battles. No, when Floey broke through, he had to cut off some meat from it to make up for it. If he let it revert to its original form, it wouldn't die even if it was 3 to 5 catties. A hot pot meal would be enough. If he gave it some healing pills, it should be able to recover very quickly. Inadvertently, Ling Xiao seemed to have discovered something amazing. This was the so-called recycling, right? Wonderful. In the territory beside the lake, a figure covered in demonic light suddenly trembled for no reason. Even the aura on his body seemed to have withered. Young master, it's really you. Yi Qingchan was stunned for a full 3 breaths before she exclaimed. She turned into a shadow and threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. Young master, I missed you. Qingchan, why are you here? Damn it, it's really Qingchan. Did she see me just now? I missed you, young master, so I came down the mountain. Young master, now that I've broken through to the late stage of Paong, you promise me that as long as I can catch up with you, I will be by your side. Yi Qingchan looked up, revealing a delicate and fair face. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Yes, inexplicably, a touch of warmth flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes. He could see the sadness and nervousness on Yi Qingchan's face just now. Perhaps in her heart, he was her only family in this world. Although she always looked cold in front of others, whenever she saw him, she would instantly change back to the innocent smile she had in the northern wilderness. This feeling was very good, simple, pure, and free from the complexity of this world. It was very peaceful, but why was there a struggle in her eyes? Was it because of that innate wisdom? She already had 3,000 Providence points. In just a few months, Yi Qingchan's Providence points had surpassed most of the children of destiny in the Shenzhou. It was very scary. Your master agreed? Yes, master said to let me go down the mountain to gain experience. Yi Qingchan pursed her lips and chuckled. Suddenly, she took out countless talismans and treasures. Young master, I brought you a gift. This is... Looking at the pile of ancient talismans and treasures in front of him, Ling Xiao's face turned solemn. He raised his hand and gently stroked the girl's cheek, although she didn't submit to him from the beginning. But Ling Xiao knew that it wasn't because of her. The problem was most likely because of that innate wisdom. But now, Ling Xiao's treasures were comparable to that of a supreme orthodoxy. Why would he covet his woman's fortune? I have a great use for this talisman. Take the rest with you. Since you will be by my side, you will definitely encounter many dangers. Only if you protect yourself can I be at ease. Ling Xiao's voice was full of warmth, but when it fell on Yi Qingchan's ears, it was more or less sorrowful. Young master, are you still sad? After all, Nian Qingyun's death was too sudden. Young master, I heard, Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows, especially when he saw the sorrow in Yi Qingchan's eyes. His heart skipped a beat. It can't be? Yi Qingchan heard about him and Su Yan F***ck. Who was the one who leaked the news? Qingchan, actually, I know. Nian Qingyun's death will definitely make young master sad. So, Qingchan came to accompany young master. Yi Qingchan pressed her face tightly against Ling Xiao's chest. She listened to the young man's violent heartbeat, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Young master, I am really very happy. Happy? Because Nian Qingyun was dead? Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt that he had made a wise decision. He still had space and time. No matter how busy he was, he couldn't forget to take care of it. Otherwise, if these destined women had a conflict, There might be a day when their love would turn into hatred. When that time came, they probably wouldn't die. After all, they were protected by destiny. But it was hard to say. Gulp. Qingchan, thank you. I also miss you very much. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and hugged Yi Qingchan tightly. Young master, where are we going now? Why don't we return to Dao Enlightenment City and rest for a night? Yi Qingchan suddenly raised her head and looked at Ling Xiao affectionately, but the latter inexplicably trembled for a moment. This kind of gaze again. *CK. Was this the so-called death by drought and drowning by drowning? Qingchan, why don't we return to the Ling people first? I still have some things to discuss with my father. Yuan Yu's sacred ground and ancient puppet sect have killed my brothers and friends in the secret realm. I can't take this lying down. Ling Xiao shook his head. His expression was somewhat gloomy. Yi Qingchan just smiled sweetly and nestled in Ling Xiao's arms. She softly said, I will listen to young master. Qingchan will kill whoever young master wants to kill. Chapter 338. A storm was brewing in the eastern border. What happened in the secret realm eventually spread through the mouths of those who were interested in it, and it spread throughout the eastern border. The young master of the Hunyuan ancient sect had caused trouble and chased after Ling Tian and Yi Sun from the 10,000 swords sacred ground. However, his brother, Ling Xiao, had arrived and saved him before killing him. The young master of the ancient ghost clan, Cho Yi, was ruthless. He had killed the great Void Saintess and was about to attack the successor of the Cloud Alliance, Su Yan. However, he was killed by the successor of the Ling people, Ling Xiao. The holy son of the Yuan Yu's sacred ground, Xiaqin, was a vicious person. Not only had he raped the holy daughter of the Yinfan's sacred ground, but he had also killed Nian Qingyan. In the end, Ling Xiao took revenge for his wife and killed him with his sword. All these pieces of news sent a message. The successors of the holy sons of the eastern border's supreme orthodoxies were mostly hypocritical and vicious. Only the successor of the Ling people, Ling Xiao, was righteous and righteous. He was the model of the righteous path. The 9-dragon golden chariot flew across the sky and headed straight for the Ling people. At the same time, countless powerful auras from the ethereal Dao Palace, the Yinfan's sacred ground, the 10,000 swords sacred ground, the Yuan Yu sacred ground, and the ancient puppet sect walked out of their cave abodes and headed towards the eastern border. A rain of blood was about to fall. In front of the path of swords in the 10,000 swords sacred ground, Yi Sun looked at the handsome, white-haired young man in front of her with a bitter expression. Junior brother, have you really decided? Sun, I don't want to lose you again. Moreover, brother is right. There are countless setbacks in this world. Only strength can suppress evil. Ling Tian reached out and touched Yi Sun's face. Moreover, brother has too much on his shoulders now. Since I have the Dan Si, I should cultivate with all my might. One day, I will stand side by side with him and stand at the top of the world. But you can just cultivate in the cave abode. Why do you want to go to the peak of the path of swords? Yi Sun's eyes were filled with tears. For some reason, she felt that Ling Tian had changed ever since they returned from the secret realm. He was gentle and charming, and there were many more smiles on his face. Most of the time he was alone in a daze. However, Yi Sun felt that his smile was not for her. It was as if there was another figure in his heart that was even more worthy of his protection, reverence, and love. Inexplicably, Yi Sun felt uneasy. Although she believed that she was Ling Tian's only woman, and she had also witnessed the unwavering love in his eyes, it was inexplicable she did not seem to be the only one. Could it be the devil intent of the immortal extermination sword? The peak of the path of swords is filled with immortal insight and peerless pressure. Only in a place like this would I be able to calm my heart and comprehend the profundities of the immortal technique. Ling Tian shook his head, but could not help but sigh in his heart. He loved Yi Sun, but this kind of love was insignificant, selfish, and not worth mentioning. Compared to her brother's love, what was this? My brother shouldered the evil spirit for me, shouldered the sins of the entire Ling people, and even shouldered the blood debt for my mother's family. What reason do I have not to work hard? Brother, don't worry. Once I comprehend the 9 forms of the celestial art, I'll stand by your side. This world will be controlled by you and me. Whoever stops you, insults you, hates you, I'll kill whoever. Even if I slaughter the entire world and become a devil, I won't regret it. As long as you can be happy. But, junior brother, you're already at the top of the eastern border. Other than Ling Xiao. Brother, who else in the entire eastern border can be your opponent? Yi Sun hugged Ling Tian's arm. She did not know how long the young man would be in seclusion. She only knew that if she did not see him for a day, it would be the coldness of 3 autumns. Sun, the path of immortality is eternal. We still have a lot of time. But now, I still have a path to protect and a path to take. If you love me, don't stop me. Once I've resolved the fetters in my heart and buried the sword, what's wrong with accompanying you to travel the world? Ling Tian smiled warmly. His white hair was blown by the wind, and he looked a little bleak. For a moment, Yi Sun suddenly realized that the current Ling Tian was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao. In the past, she always hoped that this timid junior brother could be like his brother, indomitable and domineering. But when this day finally came, why did she miss the peace of the past? So, humans were probably conflicted and greedy. But in this world, how could there be so many things that could be as one wished? Everyone had their own hardships and stubbornness. Junior brother, why would I stop you? I'm just worried. Sun, when I leave the mountain, it will be the time to kill the enemy. So you have to work hard too. Ling Tian reached out and rubbed Yi Sun-er's hair. There was a gentle and calm smile on the corner of his mouth. Then he turned around and walked towards the peak of the mountain without hesitation. Too similar. Tears fell from Yi Sun-er's eyes. Even his expression was almost the same as Lord Ling Zhao's. On the path of the sword, there was wind blinding the eyes. The sound of the Tao resounded for thousands of miles. But this time, the young man who had changed into green did not encounter any obstruction. Step by step, he calmly walked towards the peak of the mountain. The wind lifted his green robe and messed up his white hair, but he seemed to be completely unaware. Step by step, he was determined and had no regrets. My Tao is the Tao of killing. Those who I kill are those who deserve to be killed. Those who I protect are my loved ones. Even if I am the sword demon in this life, I want the world to submit to my feet. Boom! The monstrous sword intent was unparalleled. Faintly, there were immortal shadows standing. In the end, the young man disappeared into the horizon. Only his snow-white hair was like a devil's obsession. It was eye-catching, engraved in the heart, engraved in the bones, and enchanting. Junior brother, don't worry, no matter how difficult the path you choose is. I will always stand behind you. Yi Sun pursed her red lips and clenched her jade-like hands. Finally, she turned around and walked in the opposite direction. From today onwards, the 10,000 swords' sacred ground was silent. There were no more cheers, nor were there any figures cuddling on the mountain path. There was only the path of the sword. The figure sitting cross-legged was like a boulder, ancient, and vicissitudes of life. One day, when monsters walk out of the ancient mountains, great rivers, and secret realms in the Xingzhou, it will be the time of the sacred sect's destruction. What? My brother is a peerless sword cultivator? My pet is the 9 true dragons? My sister is the master of the sacred ground? My lover is the reincarnation of an immortal? I'm awesome. The entire Xingzhou knows? But I don't know. Is that possible? I just want to show off. Sigh. Sacred leader, 10,000 swords, sighed softly. Beside him, First Elder Jian Nan also had a complicated look in his eyes. Should we be happy? Both of them seemed to have had fortuitous encounters in Tao Comprehension Mountain. Yes, wholeheartedly focusing on the sword is the rule of our sacred ground. But why do I feel a little sad? Forget it, forget it. The Hunyuan ancient sect. Humph! How dare they kill my holy son and my personal disciple? How can we tolerate this? Of course we can't, but we still have to wait for a gust of wind. You mean Ling people? They will definitely reach the top of the eastern border. At the same time, in the central region of the Shenzhou, Bai Ling stood in an ancient palace with an aggrieved expression. Above her, an old man in blood-red robes sat cross-legged quietly. His face seemed to be shrouded in a blood-red glow, and his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. However, the aura exuding from his body was terrifying. So, you went to Tao Comprehension Mountain in the eastern border? The old man's voice was a little hoarse, and one couldn't tell whether he was happy or sad from his tone. However, he vaguely gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Master, didn't you always say that you want us to gain more experience? The top prodigies of the eastern border have gathered on Tao Comprehension Mountain. I just wanted to see what kind of abilities they have. Bai Ling pouted and retorted with an aggrieved expression. Oh, then what did you gain? Humph! They're just a bunch of sanctimonious hypocrites. Master, if there's nothing else, I'm going to cultivate. With that, Bai Ling turned to leave. However, at that moment, the old man in blood-red robes suddenly stretched out his hand and formed a blood-red chain out of thin air, binding her and pulling her in front of him. A strange blood-red glow shone in his aged eyes. Bai Ling felt as if there was an explosion in her head, and she suddenly lost consciousness. Chapter 339. You are the saintess of the Blood Hall. You can't expose your identity. This time I'll punish you. You are not allowed to leave the mountain for 3 years. You can only regain your freedom after you kill your eldest senior brother. When Bai Ling's eyes became clear again, the old man in blood-red clothes snorted and disappeared. Humph, you really did search my sea of soul. Fortunately, Brother Ling Xiao was prepared. Bai Ling sneered. Her eyes were gloomy. She immediately walked out of the hall. The soul assimilation ancient skill was a forbidden technique. It could not only assimilate and control souls, but it could also conceal memories. Of course, with the strength of the master of the Blood Hall, any concealment would be useless if he forcibly searched her soul. However, with the means set up by Ling Xiao, if he really did that, Bai Ling would instantly die under the soul seal. Therefore, this was a foolproof plan. I have to think of a way to search Grandpa Qi's divine soul to confirm the identity of the white-robed swordsman. Bai Ling hesitated, but in the end, she still walked toward the depths of the Blood Hall. Just as Brother Ling Xiao said, no matter how evil a cultivation method was, it depended on where it was used. Now, she only wanted to take revenge on the Lin family. That was why she did this. At most, she would let Grandpa Qi go after searching his divine soul. With this thought, the last trace of hesitation in Bai Ling's eyes disappeared. In the Ling people's territory, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Many experts of the Ling people looked up. Their bodies were glowing, but there was a touch of surprise in their eyes. How dare someone act so presumptuously in the territory of the Ling people? Doesn't he know that flying is forbidden here? When they looked up and saw the 9-dragon golden carriage, the surprise in their eyes turned into strong worship and joy. Look, it's Lord Ling Xiao. It's Lord Ling Xiao. Young Master is back. Quick, look at you. Kneel down and kowtow to Young Master. Young Master, you're finally back. I've been looking forward to your return. Today I have no regrets." The crowd began to cheer. There were even some proud girls who were so excited that their eyes went dark and their bodies went soft as they collapsed to the ground. It was just that, very suddenly, it went soft. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, his expression calm. "Look, young master saw me. What right do I have to enter young master's eyes? Young master is not worth it. With my filthy body, I will only dirty your wise eyes." Yi Qingchan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock as she looked down at the cheering and wailing city below her. She was very familiar with this scene. Back when Ling Xiao was in the northern wilderness, such scenes were everywhere he went. But she really didn't expect that after returning to the Shenzhou continent, her young master would still be the heavenly being that was the center of attention. Sure enough, wherever the king went, there would be people. His innate majesty and destiny would not be changed by the region he was in. Inexplicably, Yi Qingchan quietly moved her delicate body closer to Ling Xiao. This feeling of being admired and envied by others made her very happy. "Look, young master looks a little haggard." "Yes, I heard that goddess Nian died in Xia Chen's hands. Fight! Destroy Yuan, you sacred ground, and avenge young mistress. Quickly, quickly go and bring me my 40-meter-long machete. I can't suppress the fighting spirit in my body anymore." The cheering crowd instantly fell into a frenzy. That terrifying fighting spirit vaguely turned into a bloody cloud that shrouded the sky above Cold Sky City. At this time, Ling Xiao just nodded slightly and took Yi Qingchan to the Ling people's secret realm. "Young master, these are all. I am Ling people's vassal. Oh, young master, if one day I am forced to be your enemy, will you kill me too?" Suddenly, a trace of sadness flashed across Yi Qingchan's face, and her tone was unhurried. "Huh, Qingchan, what nonsense are you talking about?" Ling Xiao frowned slightly and turned to look at Yi Qingchan's pair of clear and sad eyes. He gently shook his head. "I don't believe that there is anyone in this world who can turn us against each other. If there is, then I will kill that person. Yes." Yi Qingchan's face lit up with a brilliant smile. He had the same thoughts as Qingchan. When the two entered the secret realm, another round of cheers began to ring out. Ling Tianlin stood in front of the Ling people's ancient temple and looked at the two figures descending from the sky. Behind him, the elders of the 9 branches of the Ling people waited quietly with a faint trace of pride in their eyes. In the past few days, Ling Zhao's name had completely spread throughout the eastern border. However, compared to his previous notoriety, this time, all the major forces in the eastern border knew that the successor of the Ling people was righteous, upright, and the light of the righteous path. Crushing a generation and invincible immortal appearance were already a cliché. However, this trip to the secret realm made everyone know that only the successor of the Ling people could bear the title of invincible. Xia Chen, Chou Yi, and Shangguan Qinghe had defeated Nian Qinyan, Huayang, and Ling Tian respectively. However, Ling Xiao alone had crushed the 3 of them into ashes. How domineering and holy was this! True, unparalleled in the eastern border, invincible among the younger generation. Heaven-defying number 1. Absolutely unparalleled. Shower! Ling Tianlin's face was filled with sadness and relief. Before Ling Zhao's figure landed, he had already stepped forward and hugged him tightly in his arms. "My son, you have the bearing of a supreme being. You have suffered a lot on this trip." "Father," a trace of embarrassment flashed across Ling Zhao's face. Everyone knew that Ling Tianlin and the moon of Xianyuan doted on their son. Otherwise, the previous Ling Xiao wouldn't have such a domineering and unruly character. The phrase, "my father is Emperor Ling," had been used throughout Ling Zhao's short life. "Father, I want the 8,000 people of the Ling people are all on standby. The 4 vassal states and 10,000 experts are ready. The Qin clan's patriarch, Qinleng, has led the elders of the Qin clan to Cold Sky City early this morning. I think they will arrive later. Ling Tianlin's eyes narrowed slightly. His face had regained its usual dignity. This time, I will be your vanguard and listen to your orders. Yuanyu, holy ground will be destroyed by you. Father, Ling Zhao's face trembled slightly. You are indeed worthy of your reputation, an ambitious and ruthless person, who in the eastern border wasn't afraid of the name of Emperor Ling. Okay, this is... Ling Tianlin turned to look at Yi Qingqian. The latter's pretty face froze, and she hurriedly bowed. She had heard that young master's father was the top emperor god in the eastern border. She just didn't expect that this ferocious and overbearing emperor god would have such a gentle side. No wonder young master's personality was like his father's. He was cruel and overbearing in front of others, but to himself he... That's right. Ling Tianlin nodded. He took out a pair of dragon and phoenix jade pendants and handed them to Yi Qingqian. This pair was given to me and Xiao Er's mother. Father! There's no need for that. You can keep this pair as a memento. Ling Zhao's face was filled with panic. F***CK. Father! Back then, Nian Qingyan died because she received your blessing. You can leave a companion for your son. Okay. I'm very sorry about Qingyan. Xiao, or the beauty has passed away. You must cherish the person in front of you. Ling Tian looked at Ling Xiao meaningfully before he left. My son, you will stand at the top of the world when you have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Revenge must be taken. But if your Dao heart is clouded because of this, it is absolutely impossible. Father, I have something to tell you. It's about Brother Tian. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and walked towards the palace with Ling Tianlin. Chapter 340. Oh, you mean you and Tian have completely resolved the knot in your heart? In a side hall of the Ling people's sacred palace, Ling Tianlin looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment, and his tone was filled with doubt. Yes, Ling Xiao did not explain too much. Ling Tianlin was silent for a moment, but he did not ask the reason in the end. No matter what method Ling Xiao used to resolve Ling Tian's resentment, the result was good. As for the process, it was not important. Back then, he did not give Ling Tian his dancy because he was worried that Ling Tian would hold a grudge and take revenge on Ling Xiao and his mother. Therefore, he often felt guilty over the years. Today, when he heard that the 2 brothers had resolved their differences, the distracting thoughts in his heart instantly dissipated. Even his cultivation base showed signs of a breakthrough. Father, I want you on you sacred grounds, spirit vein. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. That day, he deliberately humiliated Xiaqin, not only because he wanted his luck and soul-sucking ghost pearl, but also because of Yuan Yu's sacred ground. Like the Cloud Dew Immortal sect, Yuan Yu's sacred ground was the orthodox sect of the eastern border and was respected by the orthodox sections. If he acted rashly, he would definitely attract many people to stop him. But now, Ling people used the name of avenging their successor's fiancé. Even if it was a feud between the 2 sects, it would be unreasonable for others to interfere. When sects attacked, there was a reason. If there was an unprovoked massacre and order was broken, someone would definitely act in the name of justice. As for Cho, if he did not summon the puppet that was comparable to a divine marquis, Ling Xiao might not have bothered with him and Huayang that day. After all, there was no luck, and there was nothing worth doing. However, when he saw the puppet's strength, Ling Xiao was tempted. It was said that there were 4 war puppets in the ancient puppet sect. The black, silver, and gold devils and a heavenly corpse puppet were the foundation of the ancient puppet sect. But now the ancient puppet sect's young master, Cho Yi, had killed the great Void Saintess and attacked Yun Alliance's successor, Su Yen. There was no need for him to exist anymore. Spirit vein? All right, when the time comes, I'll capture him for you. Ling Tianlin nodded and smiled. He didn't ask what Ling Xiao was going to do. As long as he wanted, Ling Tianlin would give it to him. If he couldn't give it to her, then she would change it to a similar one. Xiao, since you want the spirit vein, we can't wait for the ethereal Dao Palace to make the first move. Father, you mean? Tonight we will attack you holy land and avenge my daughter-in-law. The immortal light in Ling Tianlin's eyes suddenly grew thicker. An enormous force fell from the sky, causing the entire sacred hall of the Ling people to tremble for a moment. All right. A smile also appeared on Ling Zhao's face. A bloody glow flowed in his eyes. Father was right. Ling people alone would be a little troublesome to destroy you holy land. Given the ethereal Dao Palace's conduct, they might not necessarily fall out with the Yuan sacred land because of Nian Qinyan. But if Ling people made the first move, the ethereal Dao Palace would no longer hesitate. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a single person's heart that would be cold, but the hearts of thousands of disciples of the ethereal Dao Palace. Qinyan, tonight, I will use the thousands of souls of the Yuan sacred land as a sacrifice for your love. By the way, Xiao, there's news from the central border of Shenzhou. The sacred sect seems to have made some moves recently. Ling Tianlin frowned slightly and suddenly said softly, "Oh." Ling Xiao knew that Ling Tianlin had been planting spies in the central border of Shenzhou since he was born. His purpose was naturally to monitor the sacred sect's every move to prevent any accidents. He just didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Since his father mentioned it, the sacred sect must have noticed something. As long as it was a sect or a holy land, there would be many people in the sect who would investigate the heavenly fate Dao. As the ruler of Shenzhou, the sacred sect had many experts. They might be able to detect the changes in Shenzhou's fate. It seemed that he had to make some plans. According to the news from the spies, the sacred sect has sent out divine envoys to various places. They seem to be looking for someone, but the specific purpose is still unknown. The coldness in Ling Tianlin's eyes turned into a whirlpool, like the sun in winter. I understand, Father. Ling Xiao only nodded and didn't say anything. He knew that he would face this situation sooner or later. It seemed that he had to hurry to the western border. Only when he was in a chaotic world would he be able to grow faster. After all, the more chaotic a place was, the stronger the sun of destiny would be. What Ling Xiao wanted to do was to change a place and harvest some leeks. At the same time, he would secretly establish a force that belonged to him. Patriarch, the master of the Qin clan, Qinlong, is outside the hall. He wants to see you. Ling Shan's voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Ling Tianlin and Ling Xiao smiled at each other and walked out of the hall. Since everyone had arrived, the expedition began. Ling Xiao, young master. In the hall, Qinlong was wearing a golden robe. His hair was combed to the top of his head, and he wore a purple gold dragon crown. He looked like a king. But at this moment, when he saw Ling Xiao, a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. I heard that young master has returned to the clan today. I have specially led the elders of the Qin clan to congratulate young master. We hope that young master will become famous after the battle at Dao Comprehension Mountain. Qinlong bowed, and Ling Xiao only nodded slightly. His eyes were calm. Since everyone is here, let's go. The Yuan saint Xia Qin killed my fiancé. This hatred is irreconcilable. Ling people will avenge this hatred, even if I have to use all my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning flashed around Ling Zhao's body. An invisible pressure surged, causing the entire hall to be suppressed. Fight! The 9 branches of the Ling people responded. Everyone's face was filled with cold hatred. "Let's go." Ling Xiao took the lead and flew out of the hall. The 9 dragons' golden carriage descended from the sky and stood in front of the hall. Yi Qingchan came from the side and sat on the carriage with Ling Xiao. Just as the carriage was about to take off, Qin Lung stepped out from the crowd and stood in front of the carriage. He smiled foolishly and said, "Young master, I came in a hurry and didn't have a ride. Can you?" Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Qin Lung's body trembled. "It's Lung. I've crossed the line." "Young master, you are indeed Lung, the star that I can only look at but not reach." Boom! Suddenly there was a gust of wind. A demonic shadow suddenly descended from the sky and covered the entire sky of the Ling people's sacred ground. It was the guardian beast of the Ling people, the golden-winged eagle. It was also Ling Tianlin's mount when he was young. When it spread its wings, it could cover a distance of 276 feet. When it spread its wings, it could cover 10,000 miles. It was one of the 10 kings of the Ling people. Roar! As if it was intimidated by the blood qi of the demonic eagle, the 9-headed dragon instantly prostrated itself on the ground and became dispirited. However, Floey was still fusing with the dragon blood. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ling Xiao did not want to disturb it. "Let's go!" Boom! The entire Ling people's sacred ground instantly fell into an uproar. Ling Xiao put away the dragon carriage and stood on the head of the golden eagle with Yi Qingchan in his arms. Behind him, countless figures with powerful auras stood quietly and flew toward the distant sky. Suddenly, a demonic wind blew in the eastern border. Everyone looked at the demonic shadow that covered the starlight in the night sky. There was nothing but astonishment in their eyes. That demonic shadow seems to be the golden-winged eagle of the Ling people? It seems to be. This golden eagle hasn't stepped out of the Ling people's territory for 200 years, right? What's going on? You don't know? Lord Ling Zhao's fiancée is dead. She was killed by Yuan Yu's holy son. Young master returned to the clan, this time to discuss the conquest of Yuan Yu's sacred ground, right? No wonder the Ling people came out in full force this time. Buzz. The wind dispersed and the demonic clouds gathered. Ling Xiao stood on top of the sky with a calm look in his eyes. Tonight, someone was destined to leave this world. Chapter 341. Ethereal Tao Palace, the main hall at the peak. The ethereal Tao Palace Master was dressed in a black and white Taoist robe. Her face was extremely gloomy. The elders of the Holy Ji Palace stood on both sides of the hall, their eyes filled with absolute coldness. "Palace Master, that Yuan Yu Holy Son is sinister and cunning. He killed our goddess. This grudge is absolutely irreconcilable." At the front, an old woman with white hair shouted coldly. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She had watched Nian Qingyun grow up. She was also the hope of the ethereal Tao Palace. Now that she was dead, the ethereal Tao Palace's luck was gone. However, Yuan Yu Holy Ground was also a supreme sect. Once the two sects started a war, it would definitely involve many people. This was the reason why the ethereal Tao Palace Master hesitated. Nian Qingyun's death also made her furious. However, if they started a war rashly, the ethereal Tao Palace would definitely suffer great loss. Once they were targeted, they would be doomed eternally. Moreover, she cultivated the great Tao of ruthlessness. Nian Qingyun's death did not cause any cracks in her Tao heart. On the contrary, in the ethereal Tao Palace Master's opinion, this was her tribulation. After this, her cultivation would definitely improve. As long as she did not die, the ethereal Tao Palace would not fall. Report. At this moment, a disciple suddenly rushed in from outside the Tao Palace. His face was filled with joy. "Palace Master, the Ling people have mobilized their entire clan. Lord Ling Xiao and the Divine Condor are heading towards Yuanyu, holy ground." "What? Mobilize their entire clan?" The ethereal Tao Palace Master's face trembled. She seemed to be surprised. It turned out that her master was not as good as Yun, Er's husband, who was going through a tribulation. That made sense. Ling Xiao's tyrannical and cruel reputation had already spread throughout the eastern border. It was not surprising that he would do such a reckless thing. However, how could someone as formidable as Lord Ling allow him to do as he pleased? Could it be that the Ling people had other people to rely on? "Palace Master, is Yun Er's death really going to be avenged by the Ling people?" In the main hall, many elders' faces began to change. They cultivated the Tao of ruthlessness, but today it was really difficult for them to swallow this anger. "Gather the experts in the palace. Yuanyu holy mountain tonight." Yes. It was very inexplicable. The group of Holy Ji Palace cultivators, who had spent their entire lives cultivating the great path of ruthlessness, suddenly felt much better than suppressing their hearts. All living beings had 7 emotions and 6 desires. If one's comprehension was insufficient and had to suppress it, how could one's thoughts be smooth? Boom! Suddenly, a demonic aura filled the sky above Yuanyu, holy land. The originally gloomy sky had completely lost all its luster. The stars and moon were lost. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a demonic figure that was 100 feet long. Above the demonic figure, there seemed to be a white-robed figure standing with his hands behind his back. His handsome face carried a hint of coldness. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the holy-winged, golden-feathered eagle turned into its human form and stood behind Ling Xiao. The 9 meridians of the Ling people and their 4 vassals all showed themselves and stood respectfully, as if they had already expected this day's situation. Countless experts from the Holy Lands looked up from the peak of the Saint Mountain. Thousands of disciples stood in front of the main hall in the square with solemn expressions. However, at this time, there was no panic in their eyes. Instead, they were full of fighting spirit. In the eyes of all the elders and disciples of Yuanyu Holy Land, their holy son was the embodiment of justice, strength, and gentleness. In their eyes, he was the dawn of the righteous path, the dawn of the immortal path, and the lighthouse in the darkness. As for Ling Xiao, this notorious descendant of the Ling people was cruel, bloodthirsty, and greedy. It was said that at the end of the martial arts competition, Nian Qingyun had wanted to kill him with her sword. But now he was framing Xia Qin for killing Nian Qingyun? There must be a conspiracy behind this. Even now, all the sects in the eastern border were praising Ling Xiao's righteousness. But the elders and disciples of Yuanyu Holy Land didn't believe it at all. This was a trap that the Ling people had carefully set up to satisfy their own ambitions. Their purpose was naturally to suppress Yuanyu, Holy Land, and achieve the supreme hegemony of the Ling people. Of course, no matter what the truth was, it was no longer important now. The conspiracy had already begun, and the gears of fate would never stop moving. What they wanted to do was to avenge Holy Son Xia Qin, especially those disciples of the Holy Land who usually respected Xia Qin. Their eyes flashed with hatred, which was dazzling in the darkness. "Holy Lord, let's fight. We are willing to kill this bastard for the Holy Son." Countless disciples of the Holy Land raised their arms and shouted excitedly. Yuan, you Holy Lord, just shook his head slightly, and his eyes flashed with green light. He didn't expect that the Ling people would come so quickly. Ling people had arrived before the informants he had planted in Cold Sky City could send back information. Fortunately, they were just Ling people now. It was impossible for them to destroy Yuanyu, Holy Land. Haha, Emperor Ling, are you trying to walk into a trap by visiting us so late at night? Yuan Yu, Holy Lord, raised his head and looked at the white-clothed young man standing on the dragon's head with a gloomy expression. Recently, rumors about this young Master Ling people had been spreading like wildfire in the eastern border. He had killed Xia Chen, Chou Yi, and Shangguan Qinghe. The sects shouldn't interfere in the fight between the younger generation. But the people he had killed were the young masters of the top forces in the eastern border. Even so, Ling people had the ethereal Dao Palace, the myriad Dao demon sect, and the Dan origin sacred ground behind them. Once the two orthodoxies started a war, the ancient puppet sect and the origin sacred ground wouldn't sit back and do nothing. In other words, Yuan Yu Holy Land wouldn't lose this war. However, Ling Tianlin ignored them and turned to Ling Xiao. Xiao Yuan Yu's holy son, Xia Chen, was a ghost cultivator. He used ghost techniques to kill my fiancée, Nian Qinyan. Today, I sentence Yuan Yu, Holy Land, to be destroyed. I will use the blood of your 3,000 disciples and elders as a sacrifice to my deceased wife's soul in heaven. Ling Xiao's face was expressionless, as though he was a deity who was judging sins. Even his eyes were cold and indifferent. Nonsense. Ling Xiao, everyone knows that you are a bastard. You killed our holy son and slandered our reputation. Today, thousands of disciples of Yuan Yu, Holy Land, will be killed by your sword. Some of the heavenly talents in the crowd shouted angrily. Obviously, they were angry at Ling Xiao for slandering them. Haha, Lord Ling Xiao, you have a glib tongue. Are you saying that my Yuan Yu Holy Land has become a ghost cultivator? Humph, you killed my disciple. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for this? Yuan Yu Holy Master snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. His cultivation was the same as Holy Master Yin Shu's. He was a 5th grade divine emperor and was one of the top existences in the eastern border. Ling people had 3 emperors and 10 kings, but Yuan Yu Holy Land still had 2 emperors and 7 elders. Moreover, this was his holy land. He had the geographical advantage. Now, all the disciples and elders were united. So, Ling people were nothing. Fight! Ling Xiao only said one word, and lightning seemed to fill the sky around him, illuminating thousands of miles of the sky as bright as day. How dare you? Ling people dare to behave atrociously in my Yuan Yu Holy Land. Today, I will make sure you don't leave. Yuan Yu, Holy Master, smiled disdainfully. His aura suppressed the world. In the depths of the Holy Land, a terrifying aura suddenly woke up from its slumber. The mountains began to tremble and the sky seemed to be collapsing. A monstrous figure slowly walked over. It was a huge black lizard with 4 horns on its head. It was Yuan Yu, Holy Master's trump card, an ancient dragon lizard that was a 1st grade divine emperor. As a result, Yuan Yu's sacred ground now had 3 god emperors. Chapter 342. The ancient dragon lizard contained a wisp of the true dragon's bloodline. It was said that when old ancestor Yuan Yu traveled to this place, he saw a great demon entrenched in the mountain and wanted to kill it. However, he didn't expect the demon to be so intelligent despite its strong defense. That was why he wanted to tame it. When he saw the mountain, spirit veins, and plants here, he wanted to establish a sect. However, although the ancient dragon lizard had a strong physical body and could absorb spirit veins to cultivate, its intelligence didn't grow much in the past few hundred years. It only had the appearance of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Other than sleeping, it didn't have any other hobbies. Therefore, even the outer disciples of Yuan Yu's sacred ground didn't know there was such a demonic beast protecting their sect. It was precisely because of this that it had become one of Yuan Yu's trump cards. Roar! When the demonic figure arrived in the sky above the main hall, it looked at the Ling people with its blood-red eyes. Its actions were completely under Yuan Yu, sacred leader's command. In other words, it was an instinctive submission. However, the more it acted like this, the more it was unscrupulous. Once it attacked, it wouldn't stop until it was dead. It was a peerless, ferocious demon, a god-darch demonic beast. The golden rock frowned slightly. A hint of fear flashed through his eyes. The bloodline of the dragon race had yet to develop intelligence. Although it had its disadvantages, it was more ferocious. Is this what Yuan Yu's sacred ground is relying on? Ling Tianlin smiled faintly, and the void behind him seemed to ripple for a moment. Gui Ying's existence was also a secret to the sects of the eastern border. To put it bluntly, Gui Ying alone was enough to deal with Yuan Yu's sacred leader. Since Emperor Ling wants to fight, Yuan Yu's sacred ground will naturally do our best. However, all the experts of the Ling people are here. I wonder how long the Ling people can survive if they die here? Yuan Yu's sacred leader was fearless. He had more trump cards than this god, the arch-demonic beast. However, the Ling people were too strong. If the two great orthodoxies fought, both sides would suffer. If Ling Xiao knew what was good for him, he would kneel down and apologize. Yuan Yu's sacred ground could reconcile with him. Sacred leader, you don't have to worry about this. Ling Tianlin smiled, as if he was asking for Ling Xiao's opinion. At that moment, a playful look flashed in the latter's eyes as he called out softly, "Flower!" Boom! A dragon's dragon lizard appeared in the sky. Its ferocious eyes of dragon lizards, of course. Of the dragon's heads ofs. It's of course it of the dragons of the dragons of the dragon race. Even so, the moment he appeared, the demonic aura around the dragon lizard trembled and almost collapsed. Roar!
The demon lizard, which had been baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, immediately felt its legs go soft, and it lowered its head when it saw the terrifying demonic shadow that was over 50 kilometers long. Even the golden eagle beside Ling Tianlin had a look of fear in its eyes. Dragons of the Ling. To dragon, S.A. of the Tisivan Ling Tianlin, and the rest of the Emperor God experts were stunned by the demonic aura that was released casually. A true? Yuan Yu's sacred master's face turned gloomy when he saw a dragon lizard crawling in the air with its legs limp. He had never imagined that there would be a true dragon standing next to the successor of the Ling people. Although the demonic dragon's demonic chi wasn't strong, its demonic chi was terrifying. Ling Xiao, do you think you can do whatever you want with this? Sacred leader Yuan Yu clenched his teeth. Clear light flashed in his hand. An ancient array appeared above his head. The sun, the moon, the stars, the rivers, and the sea were formed. Unparalleled Tao will spread and envelop the entire Yuan Yu's sacred ground. Yuan Yu's sacred ground's inherited Tao artifact, Taishan Mountain and River Map. This time, a solemn look flashed across Ling Tianlin's eyes. He knew about the map's existence. This Tao artifact could not only form the power of heaven and earth, but also trap all living things. It was extremely difficult to deal with, but trying to scare the Ling people with just a Tao artifact was a bit wishful thinking. I have a Tao artifact too. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a demonic saber appeared in his hand. It seemed to contain an ancient power. Although it didn't fluctuate, it was enough to scare the heavens. You don't know what's good for you. Sacred leader Yuan Yu waved his hand. The ancient mountain river map expanded in the wind and instantly enveloped the Ling people. Heaven and earth seemed to have fallen into darkness. Then mountains and auspicious clouds appeared. Apparently, everyone had entered the map. Ling Xiao and Ling Tianlin didn't move from the beginning to the end. If they wanted to destroy the Yuan Yu sacred ground, they had to break the map. All changes follow the same principle. Break it with force. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Behind him, countless rays of light suddenly lit up. Attacks whizzed across the sky and landed on the deity item in the map. Ha! Everything is in vain in this map. Ling Tianlin, If you can make Ling Xiao kneel in the ancestral hall of the sacred ground for 10 days, I will consider letting the Ling people go." Sacred leader Yuan Yu sneered. However, just as he finished speaking, a stream of light suddenly flashed across the sky. An enormous sword of clear radiance slashed through the sky and smashed down fiercely towards his head. Sacred leader Yuan Yu's expression changed drastically.
Beside him, Grand Elder Yuan Yu waved his hand and formed a seal in the air to block the shocking sword. Boom! Terrifying spiritual wind spread in all directions, sweeping many disciples of the sacred ground to the ground. At this moment, figures appeared in the sky. The person in the lead was wearing a black and white robe. It was the Misty Palace Master, Su Ruyan. "Emperor Ling, the Misty Palace is here to help you break this array." Behind her, the elders of the Misty Palace channeled their spiritual power. A force of heaven and earth pressed down, causing many elders of the sacred ground to change their expressions. The Misty Palace had finally arrived at the most critical moment. "Withdraw!" Sacred leader Yuan Yu didn't dare to hesitate at all. The ancient seal in his hand changed, and the picture of mountains and rivers that trapped the Ling people suddenly disappeared into thin air. It turned into a celestial screen that covered the peak of the sacred mountain. Boom! Countless streams of light fell. Even with sacred leader Yuan Yu's cultivation, he felt his blood boil and his aura gradually wither. "Damn it! Don't panic, sacred leader. The ancient puppet sect is here to help you." Just as the people of Yuan Yu's sacred ground were filled with resentment, spiritual light flashed across the sky again. Ancient and eerie auras slowly walked over and stood in front of the people of the Misty Palace. There were 2 emperors, 5 kings, and 3 demonic puppets that didn't have any aura but were ferocious. One was gold, one was silver, and one was dressed in black and had a withered face. The 4 war puppets of the ancient puppet sect? Ling Xiao's eyes became more playful. It seemed that someone couldn't wait to give him a chance. "Ha ha ha, it's so lively. Xiao! Or have you forgotten your master?" Demonic aura suddenly surged in the sky like the roar of the sea. Then, when Rendi and the other elders of the demonic sect all arrived and looked at the people on the mountain peak with cold eyes. "How dare you kill my daughter-in-law? Yuan Yu's sacred ground will be destroyed today." A delicate voice resounded in the sky. Moon of Xianyuan had a cold expression on her face as she walked over with her hands behind her back. Her red dress was particularly eye-catching in the night sky, making her look like an empress. Sacred leader Yuan Yu's gloomy face instantly turned ferocious. Chapter 343. Damn it, these greedy old bastards. Yuan Yu's sacred ground was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Yuan Yu's sacred lord raised his head and looked at the countless figures standing in the sky. A trace of fear finally appeared in his eyes. He did not expect such a situation to occur. However, he did not expect the myriad Tao Devil sect and the Dan Origin sacred ground to come so quickly. Early this morning, he had already sent elders to the ancient puppet sect and the Origin sacred ground. His purpose was naturally to unite the 2 sections. It was better to be prepared. However, the elders he sent out had not yet returned, but the Ling people and the others had already arrived. In other words, he had still underestimated the Ling people. He had underestimated the descendant of the Ling people who was still in the sky. No matter how Nian Qingyan died, Xia Chen was already dead. This grudge should have ended here. However, he did not expect the descendant of the Ling people to use this as an excuse to destroy Yuan Yu's sacred ground. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. However, he did not expect that these supreme sacred grounds would be willing to accompany him in his ridiculous act. Of course, with Yuan Yu's sacred lord's thoughts, how could he not know what Wan Rendi and the others were thinking? As long as there were benefits to be gained, there would always be some beasts that smelled blood. At this moment, there must be experts from other sects hiding in the night sky. Once this battle began, Yuan Yu's sacred ground would have no way to retreat. Ling Tianlin stood in front of the crowd and looked at the beautiful figure in red who was slowly walking over with a complicated expression. There was a gentle and fearful smile on his face. You are also here. My son, why didn't you tell me such a big thing happened? Moon of Xuanyuan's expression was as cold as ice. She did not even look at Ling Tianlin. Instead, she glared at Ling Xiao angrily. Mother, I did not expect to come today. Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. His mother's temper was usually as calm as an ancient well, cold and indifferent. However, when it came to him, she would change into a different person. Young master, Lin Meng followed the moon of Xianyuan closely and took the opportunity to smile sweetly at Ling Xiao. Today, Lin Meng was also wearing a red dress. Heat waves were quietly rippling around her body. In just 1 month, she had also stepped into the middle stage of Paoang. Another flame emperor. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Yuan, you sacred lord, with a cold gaze. I'll give you the explanation you want. Today, Yuan Yu Holy Land will not leave even a chicken or dog alive. A monstrous ferocity quietly pervaded the entire world. Even the surrounding god emperors and god kings looked at the young man with a tinge of fear in their eyes. Resolute, fierce, and ambitious. Those who obey me will prosper. Those who oppose me will perish. In less than 10 years, this descendant of the Ling people would definitely stand at the top of the eastern border. Ling people were in high spirits. How dare you? Ling Xiao, you've already killed my Yuan Yu holy son. What else do you want? Also, do you think Ling people won't have to pay the price for destroying my Yuan Yu holy land? Yuan Yu's sacred lord's tone was no longer as unyielding as before. There was no other way. The situation was beyond his control. Wasn't it better to be alive? In Yuan Yu's sacred lord's opinion, Ling people would definitely have god kings and even god emperors fall in this battle. However, Yuan Yu Holy Land would undoubtedly be doomed eternally. Price. Ling Xiao shook his head and raised his head to look in the direction of the ancient puppet sect. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face. Buzz. Suddenly, the space behind him was filled with oppressive might. Then, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw a third-grade god emperor and 4 god kings suddenly appear and surround Ling Xiao. Greetings, young master. In just a few days, Huaheng and Xingxin's cultivation had both made breakthroughs. Huaheng was already a 3rd-grade god emperor, and Xingxin was a 4th-grade god emperor. Of course, the Xing clan was Liang Yi's subordinate force in the land of the last repose. They had concealed their cultivation before. As for Huaheng, he had suppressed his cultivation for hundreds of years. Now that he was following Ling Xiao, there was no need to suppress his cultivation anymore. Now that Ling Xiao had only summoned Huaheng, it was naturally because he wanted to preserve some of his trump cards. Concealing one's strength could often lead to unexpected results at crucial moments. Otherwise, if all of them were exposed, someone would gain the upper hand. As for the villains, the alarm bells were ringing. This, including Ling Tianlin, all the experts present were dumbfounded when they saw the god emperors and god kings standing behind Ling Xiao like servants. God emperors as servants? Moreover, they were servants of a Paoang youth? The god emperors of the eastern border were so worthless now. Did they not care about their dignity anymore? They were the top fighting strength of the eastern border. How could they have fallen to such a state? Ha ha! Everyone from the ancient puppet sect, where are you going? Suddenly, the ancient puppet sect master and the others, who had come aggressively, retracted their auras and walked toward the night sky in the distance. Their faces were calm and leisurely. It was as if they had just come here for a visit. Ha ha ha! Previously, I heard that young Master Ling Xiao killed my sex young master, Cho Yi. Originally, I was still thinking, how could a mere trash like him be chosen by young master? Just now, when young master called my name, I understood. The ancient puppet sect master's face suddenly surged with a wisp of seriousness. Young master, are you interested in our 4 great war puppets? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and looked meaningfully at the ancient puppet sect master. This old thing was quite understanding. Cho Yi's black demon puppet is only a 9th grade divine general. How about this, young master? Our sect 4 great war puppets. This silver demon puppet obviously doesn't suit young master's temperament. This sky corpse puppet, cough cough. This sky corpse puppet was made from the corpse of our ancestral master. If I give it to young master, I'm afraid I will bear the name of betraying my ancestral master. Even though this golden demon war puppet only possesses the strength of a 9th level god king, it doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage against ordinary god emperors. Thus, I'll gift it to you as a toy. I hope that you'll be able to defeat that bastard today. Damn! Hearing this, Yuan Yu's sacred master's mouth spilled a trace of blood. This despicable old dog, not only did he not help, he even gave Ling Xiao a god emperor war puppet. My Yuan Yu's sacred ground will perish today. Oh, thank you, ancient puppet sect master. Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold, but he was thinking in his heart. Given the ancient puppet sect's means, if they fought to the death, they would be far more difficult to deal with than the Yuan Yu's sacred ground. After all, the Tao of Puppets was about exchanging lives with numbers. Although he had many god emperors behind him, if he lost one, it would affect Ling people's plan. What's there to thank? It's all fate. Young master, we will take our leave first. The ancient puppet sect master's figure flashed, and he left with the others. Only the golden figure remained in the air, the soul light in his eyes gradually dissipating. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He waved his hand and summoned the golden figure in front of him. Then he formed a seal with his eyes, and it entered the golden figure's soul sea. Yuan Yu's sacred master, it seems like your Yuan Yu's sacred ground is doomed today. Humph. Even if I die, I will make you pay the price. Yuan Yu's sacred master shouted angrily. The emperor aura around him turned into divine light and shot into the sky. Yuan Yu's sacred ground. Today we will fight to the death. Fight! On the peak of the Saint Mountain, countless disciples of Yuan Yu's sacred ground roared angrily. Although there was despair in their eyes, they did not have the slightest intention of retreating. What a righteous sect! Everyone is loyal. If that's the case, I won't be polite anymore. Since you want to fight, I will give you a chance. Don't you want to avenge Xiaqin? Come! Today, I will fight your 3,000 disciples alone. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he landed on the foot of the Yuan Yu sacred mountain and looked up at the peak of the mountain. Today, I will use this path and 3,000 blood souls to forge my supreme, demonic might. Chapter 344. Ling Xiao, how arrogant of you! Yuan Yu's sacred ground fell silent for a moment. Then, someone among the 3,000 disciples shouted angrily. However, in the blink of an eye, someone else whispered, "He's a little arrogant, but Ling Xiao can be considered a gentleman." What do you mean, junior brother? He could have waited for the Ling people to kill our God Emperor and then killed us all. However, he insisted on fighting us fairly. This is what a gentleman would do. Now that you mention it, it does make some sense. Looks like even though he's an enemy, Ling Xiao still has some things we can learn from him. Someone as righteous as him. Could it be that the son of Saint made the first move? All the disciples looked at the figure standing at the foot of the mountain with the black saber in his hand. Judging from the tone of the Ling people's descendant, he was going to fight the 3,000 disciples of Yuan Yu's sacred ground alone. How domineering was that? The strongest disciple of Yuan Yu's sacred ground was only a first-grade divine general. He was the eldest senior brother of the sect master and was already 60 years old. However, Ling Xiao was only at the Paong realm. Where did he get the courage to make such a claim? Could it be that he had also become a divine general? Impossible. He was only a 17-year-old boy. Even if he was talented, no one in the eastern border could achieve that at such a young age. Moreover, even if he used a secret technique to increase his cultivation, how could he fight 3,000 disciples at the same time? Sacred Lord Yuan Yu, please. Although Ling Tianlin was a little worried, he would never stop Ling Xiao from making a decision. However, the void behind him trembled slightly. It seemed that a figure had left. Humph! Emperor Ling, even if I die today, I will make you pay the price for Ling people. Elders of Yuan Yu, listen to my order. Fight! An unparalleled momentum rose to the sky. Then one figure after another flew out from the mountain peak and rushed toward the crowd in the void. They were like moths flying into a flame, heroic and resolute. Boom! A great battle broke out in an instant. How could Yuan Yu's sacred ground fight against 4 supreme Taoism orthodoxies at the same time? Instantly, more than half of the spiritual light that shot into the sky was extinguished. Blood fell like rain, and the thick smell of blood spread for thousands of miles. At the foot of the sacred mountain, Ling Xiao stood alone. Not far behind him, Yi Qingchan and Lin Meng were waiting quietly. At this moment, there was not the slightest hint of a smile on the 2 women's faces, nor did they look at each other. All of them looked nervously at the lonely yet determined figure not far away. They knew that the young master's actions today were to avenge Nian Qingyin. For some reason, they suddenly felt envious of the fallen goddess of the Holy Ji Palace. One person, one saber, to personally avenge this hatred. Young master was indeed a righteous person. Ling Xiao's face was expressionless. His imperial robe shone brightly. Finally, he could justifiably slaughter the world. 3,000 blood souls. Eating them should be very nutritious, right? Qingyun, tonight is for you. Ling Xiao raised his head, and there was sorrow in his eyes. Everyone would die eventually, but sometimes they all needed a little help. When Yuan Yu's sacred ground's disciples saw this scene, they sighed with emotion. It seemed that the rumors were not true. The descendant of the Ling people was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Such a person was worthy of respect, even if he was an enemy. Brothers, I'm afraid that Yuan Yu's sacred ground is going to die today. However, if we can kill the descendant of the Ling people, our life will not be in vain. Everyone, let's go. Suddenly, a disciple on the mountain peak roared angrily. His figure flashed, and he instantly rushed toward Ling Xiao. However, when he landed in front of Ling Xiao, he suddenly felt that there was no one behind him, and his heart skipped a beat. When he turned his head again, he saw a straight mountain path leading to the mountain peak. It was dark and quiet, and there was no one there. Gulp. Suddenly, he felt a chill in the bottom of his heart. Damn! Ling Xiao was the person who killed the Holy Sun, and he was only at the early stage of Paong. He was just hot-headed just now. Junior brother Li is too unrighteous. Although Ling Xiao is arrogant, he is loyal and righteous. How can we shamelessly gang up on him? That's right. Even if we kill him together, we will have an unfair advantage, right? On the mountain peak, several disciples of Yuan Yu's sacred ground snorted and said righteously, Puchi. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all. The black blade in his hand chopped down. He did not even use the slightest bit of Taoism and directly chopped off the head of the disciple surnamed Li. The demonic blade was soaked in blood, and it emitted a wisp of ghostly scarlet light. Whoosh! One after another, Several disciples of Yuan Yu's sacred ground fell from the sky. However, in the end, they were no match for Ling Zhao's saber. Their corpses fell, and the smell of blood filled the air. Ling Zhao took a step forward and began to walk toward the mountain peak. Gulp. Even though they were hundreds of miles away, the disciples of Yuan Yu's sacred ground still felt a deep pressure from the bottom of their hearts. In the end, some of them began to feel afraid and hesitant. They were not so righteous anymore. Senior brothers, Ling Zhao is cruel and ruthless. Let's work together to kill this demon and get rid of evil for the world. There is no need to talk about righteousness with such a person. Kill him. Yes, Senior Brother Chu is right. Righteousness depends on who you are facing. Everyone has the right to kill a demon like Ling Zhao. Let's attack him together. Boom! The spiritual light in the sky converged into a river and rushed down from the mountain peak. Ling Zhao raised his head and looked at the river that poured down like the Milky Way from the ninth heaven. A smile finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. Good. My saber has been hungry for a long time. Boom! The dazzling lightning illuminated the entire sacred mountain as if it was daytime. The pressure of a third-grade Divine General was like a heavy hammer that slammed into everyone's hearts. Divine General. A third-grade Divine General. The crowd suddenly became chaotic for a moment. However, no matter how scared they were, they had no other choice at this moment. Nonsense, isn't that so? Junior brothers behind me are charging forward. I want to retreat, but can I? In the end, the figures at the front fell from the sky. Spiritual light fell like a raging wave and instantly drowned Ling Zhao's figure. Yi Qingchan and Lin Mengmeng clenched their jade-like hands. Their pretty faces were cold, but they still did not move. Or rather, they did not dare to move. The young master said that this was a battle that he should fight alone and protect the Tao that he should protect. Suddenly, she felt a little heartache and disappointment. She felt sorry for him. In the end, he had to shoulder everything alone. She was also disappointed by his love for Nian Qinyan. It was really very heavy, wasn't it? Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of a sword resonated in the sky. Amidst the countless figures, broken limbs and wreckage instantly fell to the ground. The young man, covered in blood, slashed with his saber and instantly turned into a bloody path. Wherever the saber passed, the crowd seemed to be cut into pieces. Blood flowed down the mountain path and dyed the ancient bluestone path red. But at this moment, under the 3,000 attacks, some wounds appeared on Ling Zhao's body. However, he seemed to be at a loss. Just like this, he walked step by step toward the peak. Demon. Great demon. This continued until there was not a single person within 30 feet of the youth. The emperor's robe he was wearing had already been dyed red by the blood. Even his eyes and the black saber in his hand revealed a touch of demonic blood-red light. Junior brothers, follow me and attack. At this moment, more than half of the 3,000 disciples of the sacred ground were dead. In front of the crowd, a white-clothed figure stood proudly. The aura around him had also reached the level of a divine general. It was the first personal disciple of the Yuan Yu sacred leader, Zhang Yang. At this moment, there was also a touch of fear on his face. In particular, the indifference in Ling Zhao's eyes made him feel an indescribable chill in his heart. Set up the divine sword demon slaying formation, but now he could not retreat anymore. In the sky, the aura gradually calmed down. It was obvious that his master and the others had most likely died. The Yuan Yu sacred ground had no one to rely on anymore. Fight to the death. Buzz. Hundreds of spiritual lights gathered in one place and vaguely turned into a divine sword that was 100 feet long. The Tao patterns on it flickered, revealing boundless vastness. A sky-tearing force surged out, crushing the void and creating countless cracks. However, at this moment, there was no trace of panic on Ling Zhao's face. The moon began to rise in his blood-red eyes. Chapter 345. Slash! The sword's shadow began to emit 7-colored flowing light. Ancient runes emerged, and a faint immortal intent descended. The sword that gathered the spiritual energy of hundreds of Yuan-Yu's sacred grounds, disciples, finally slashed toward Ling Zhao's head. The sound of the great Tao resounded. A gust of wind began to howl on the ancient mountain path. There was only one sword left in the world. Even the countless god emperors and god kings in the sky lowered their heads to look at it in surprise, especially when they felt the terrifying sharpness contained in the sword that seemed to be able to split the sky. A hint of shock flashed across their eyes. Shao-er! The moon of Xuanyuan's expression turned serious. She was about to fly away, but Ling Tianlin grabbed her hand. Ling Tianlin, what are you doing? Let go of me. This is the Tao that Shao-er needs to practice. I believe that this sword won't be able to slash my son. Ling Tianlin shook his head. Although his expression was solemn, he did not panic. This was because he saw that Ling Zhao's expression remained unchanged. He was calm and indifferent, like a sky demon overlooking all living beings. If anything happens to Shao-er, I'll make your Ling people accompany him in death. The moon of Shenyuan gritted her teeth, but in the end, she shook off Ling Tianlin's hand with a cold expression. Her eyes stared nervously at the lonely figure on the ancient path below. Just like the Tao he should walk, he had no one to rely on in his life, and blood would be shed everywhere. Wherever he passed, people would either submit to him or be beheaded. Buzz! The spiritual sword finally slashed down, creating a ripple in the void. However, when the sword was about 10 meters away from Ling Zhao's head, the blood moon in the young man's eyes suddenly rotated. After that, everyone watched in horror as the 300-meter-long sword shadow suddenly disappeared without a trace. The entire sacred mountain was black in color. The spiritual light around the Yuan-Yu sacred grounds disciples also disappeared. At this moment, there was even a hint of confusion on their faces. Just like that, he stared at the pitch-black world in front of him until he felt a chill on his neck. Then he lost all consciousness. On the mountain path that had long since been dyed red with blood, the youth brandished his blade as he advanced. It was as if he was harvesting grass. Heads rolled down one after another, emitting a pleasant sound. He didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. Even his divine soul trembled at the moment of his death and was devoured by an indescribable force, until the youth's figure stood at the peak of the mountain. The entire mountain path had been covered by corpses. Hell on earth, this was probably the case. Even the leader of the demonic sect, 10,000 men's enemy, had a look of astonishment in his eyes. Compared to this young man in front of him, he didn't seem to be worthy of being called a devil, but for some reason he felt a little reverent. What they were in awe of wasn't the youth's killing intent, but the indifference on his face that hadn't changed from beginning to end. Killing 3,000 disciples did not even cause the slightest ripple in his heart. With a heart as tough as steel, he naturally wouldn't be disturbed by his inner demons. Or rather, he was a demon. Only the moon of Shenyuan and Ling Tianlin had a look of worry in their eyes. But at the same time, there was an indescribable emotion in their eyes. Killing 1,000 people to become a demon, slaughtering 100 million to become an immortal. If Ling Xiao were to become the enemy of the entire world one day, they hoped that he would be able to kill all living beings like he was doing now. That way, the entire world would be invincible. Boom! Suddenly, a figure fell from the sky. Yuan-Yu's sacred master was lying weakly on the ground. His entire body was covered in blood. His bones were all broken. At this moment, he was looking at the youth before him, who was also covered in blood. His aged eyes were filled with resentment and fear. But more than that, there was a sadness of doomsday. Since when did the situation in the eastern border become under the control of a young man? At this moment, Yuan Yu's sacred master had no doubt that even if the ethereal Dao Palace and the myriad Dao demonic sect didn't interfere, his Yuan Yu sacred ground would still be destroyed today. Ling Tianlin, Yuan Yu's sacred master, raised his head with great effort and looked at the white-clothed figure in the sky. Finally, he sighed softly in his heart. With this pair of father and son, the eastern border surname would probably change to Ling Tianlin. Ling Xiao, you have demonic intent in your heart. Sooner or later, you will suffer retribution. Qin Yin, tonight I will do it for you. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Thousands of miles away, the stars were dazzling and the moon hung high in the sky. It was a beautiful sight. I wonder if I should call you Nian Qin Yin or Gu Chao Siai the next time we meet? Puchi. The demonic saber was swung down and stabbed into Yuan Yu's sacred master's chest. The originally gloomy and deep demonic saber started to emit a wisp of blood-red light. A complicated and strange demonic rune suddenly lit up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a trace of astonishment flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. At this moment, he seemed to have sensed that the demonic intent in the demonic saber had awakened. At the same time, in Ling Xiao's Sea of Soul, Yuan Yu's sacred master looked at the pitch-black ancient palace in front of him with a blank expression. Especially when he felt the terrifying pressure coming from the palace, his face became somewhat pale. Where is this? The place where sacred master is buried. Ling Xiao's figure descended from the sky. Both of his eyes had changed color. In one of his eyes, there seemed to be a blood-red moon rising. In the other eye, there was a pure darkness that emitted boundless evil. Ling Xiao, how dare you take my divine soul into your Sea of Soul? Yuan Yu's sacred master was slightly dumbfounded. Was this lad too arrogant? He was a 5th-grade divine emperor. Even if his physical body was destroyed, how could the power of his divine soul be comparable to that of a mere divine general? However, just as he finished speaking, he saw the young man's blood-red eyes light up at the same time. Immediately after, his world seemed to darken. In front of him was a sea of blood. Xia Chen and the other elders of the sacred grounds stood in the distance and looked at him in a daze. In the next instant, everyone swarmed over and stretched out their hands to grab his neck, arms, and other parts of his body. Sacred Master, why didn't you save us? Sacred Master, why are you living in this world? 1,000-year-old inheritance. It was destroyed by your hands. No, it's not like this. It's not like this. Yuan Yu's sacred master was at a loss as he cried. It seemed as though he could not resist any more. He was pushed to the ground by the crowd and gradually suffocated. However, the moment he fell into the boundless illusion, a strange suction force quietly enveloped his body. At this moment, Yuan Yu's sacred master's divine soul seemed to have been freed. Buzz! The soul palace suddenly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a height of 3,000 zhang. The bloody glow in Ling Xiao's eyes finally dissipated at this moment, turning into a deep and profound look. The divine emperor's soul palace. Finally, after devouring 3,000 disciples and a divine emperor's divine soul, it was forged. Beep. The host's actions are in line with the style of an antagonist. The system rewards the host with 50,000 antagonist points and 1% destiny forging points. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly and turned indifferent. As expected, killing is the best way for an antagonist to cultivate. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless figures descended from the sky. They looked at the young man in front of them and Yuan Yu's sacred master, who had already lost his vitality. Nian, Qin Yin, wait for me. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the sky. There, a huge demonic figure let out a cry of despair. Then, to everyone's horror, they saw the ancient dragon lizard, which had been suppressed by Huahang and Xingxin a long time ago, suddenly spit out a strange demonic core and turned around to flee. Be careful! That beast is going to detonate its demonic core. Just as the crowd's bodies shone with dazzling light, the flowery dragon in the sky opened its mouth and swallowed the divine emperor's demonic core. Burp. Gulp. Even Ling Xiao was looking at the demonic dragon that was descending towards him with a strange expression on his face. This dog's innate talent couldn't be eating right. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.